dialogue this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, I officially welcome again. My name is Lebo. Let me not be rude. My name is Lebo Letwalo. I'm your official host for this program. I'm the founder of WISC and SingPoint, and we have started with this exciting initiative that looks at empowering women and really driving advocacy in the supply chain environment. So a special welcome to all of you ladies and gentlemen. Just as a start, I've got an exciting video that speaks around women empowerment, women in supply chain. This is a video that was done in celebration with Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, which is CIPS in South Africa. And we are celebrating women. As a WISC, we're celebrating women. And I'm going to tell you about this month, which is August, as to what we are celebrating beyond today's session. Good morning. If we can just play the video, then we will talk about what is happening in South Africa.
We are here to recognize the value of women and their contribution to the supply chain industry. This event coincides with International Women's Day, which is celebrated tomorrow. Yet the theme of celebrating women in industry should be celebrated all year around to encourage action. Today we have the opportunity to connect, join the dots regarding some successes, challenges, and some experiences, and just share with each other.
Part of the growth is and being recognized in the industry is not just about gender inclusivity, it's also around how you contribute in the industry.
My takeaway is to be confident, to believe in myself, and to stand for what is right, and not to be scared to have a word regarding what I know and the experience that I have.
There's always going to be challenges. We come from a background of industrialism. We're coming into more finesse of being in leadership. So those things are going to be there because the world was formed in a patriarchal way. So the problems that this industry is going through, it's throughout. So the gender problems, the gender inequalities, the gender wage disparities, they are throughout.
If we keep trying to break our bones to fit into the world's mold, we will always lose. Africa, it is time that you do you. Do business like you. Do family like you. Do community like you. Let it look like you, taste like you, feel like you, be true.
You've got that, colleagues. Africa, let's do ourselves. Let's make sure that we elevate ourselves. Let's talk about supply chain. Let's talk about women empowerment, ladies and gentlemen. So let me tell you what is happening right now. It's always very important to understand where we are in terms of the current affairs of supply chain. But I want to tell you one exciting part first. In South Africa, this is Women's Month. We're celebrating women across the board in South Africa. In fact, we are the luckiest ones before, because we get to celebrate women twice in a year, but all the way. But there's two events that we have: International Women's Day, that we know we all celebrate across the globe. But for South Africa, we have Women's Month, which is August. Let me tell you why we're commemorating Women's Month. On the 9th of August in 1956, 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings in Pretoria, protesting against the legislation that is aimed at tightening the apartheid government's control over the movement of women in urban areas. Tell me about it. Being controlled in terms of the movement. So we have seen that South Africa's Women's Day on the 9th of August always honors this historic march of the 20,000 women. That is to ensure that from across the age, racial divides, that women are empowered and women are recognized around it. But 6 decades later, we are still seated here, whereby women are still fighting for an equal seat at the table. And this is one of the reasons that we have women in supply chain that we are recognizing, and we want to share expertise, we want to share insights around the industry as to what is happening. But another important aspect that is happening is COVID. I think we can never stop overemphasizing around the COVID impact in terms of supply chain. The one fact is beyond doubt that COVID already has exposed the vulnerabilities of our supply chain. So all of us as supply chain professionals out there, and also business, we need to really change how we are doing businesses out there, isn't it? We have seen our dependence in various countries like China and so forth. Its dominance in terms of our products, in terms of the raw material. I think from our side as South Africa, we have been fully exposed. But if you're thinking around COVID pandemic, we've been talking about it for years already. It really reflects the importance of us as practitioners being able to be dynamic, being able to change the landscape as well around supply chain and how we do things. So very important, COVID impact has really impacted how we are doing in terms of supply chain. So our conversations today will be around how do we really cut that? How do we ensure that we move forward as businesses? The other aspect which I want to share with you is around ethical procurement. I think most of us are aware of the corruption perception index that is always shared across the globe. And it's really measuring the impact of corruption in supply chain, what is happening. We have seen the ranking for various countries, and I can really advise you that when you talk about ethical procurement and how we procure, how we reduce corruption in the country, in our globes, in our spheres, the corruption perception index is a very good reference point because it looks at how corruption is really impacting our supply chain. So it is still there. It's part of the current affairs that is not stopping. Looking at South Africa as well, we have seen so much being said around corruption, all the investigations that are happening, because at the end of the day, we as supply chain professionals must ensure that we are ethical in all that we are doing. But another exciting one is the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And I hope you know about it. If you don't, believe me, you must start watching out what we are talking about when you talk about AfTA. So AfTA is a bright spot for Africa, colleagues. So it's really around economic integration within African countries. Like I said, we have been exposed previously. So in terms of AfTA, there's a huge opportunity for us to look at intra-trade among various countries, African countries. It has been signed off, and we want to ensure that we elevate industrialization, we elevate beneficiation in South Africa. But what is the foundation of that is supply chain. It's still supply chain, it's still logistics on its own that will help us to be able to achieve what AfTA aims in terms of African countries, beneficiation, industrialization, intra-trade as well, which is very important because everything has to move. But now, what about today? I've shared just at the highlight in terms of what is happening, because the conversations that we are going to have for the next 2 days are around end-to-end supply chain, but also ensuring that we look at how women are also part of these platforms, and we are driving excellence in what we are doing, but also at the same time, looking at our male counterparts forming part and parcel of these dialogues and all these discussions as well. So about today, we have a very jam-packed agenda. I hope all of you have seen that. We are talking about the trends in supply chain. We're speaking around women empowerment. We're speaking around AfTA. We're speaking around youth. We are speaking around the trends that CPO are looking at in the future. So I hope that you have your questions there ready. You must tell me what you want to hear from each and every speaker. I've got exciting panelists, exciting speakers this morning. And let me tell you how we're going to run the session so that you don't miss this. Before I even introduce our first speaker, our keynote speaker for today. So our session will be run in 2 ways. The first part of our session will be just myself having interviews with all the speakers just until around 12 o'clock and so forth. But afterwards, there is a pressure that will be mounting because we're going to have speed coaching for 5 minutes. So all the coaches know that they are so much under pressure. They have to make sure that the 5 minutes that has been given to them, they use the coaching effectively to give you the tips around supply chain, how you can grow, how you can develop, how you can optimize your supply chains, supply relations management, and yourself as entrepreneurs out there that has already logged in as part of the discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready for that. That's how we will be running our sessions. My interview, I have an easy word. For me, my job is to really ask questions, by the way. So I'm very excited around that. So I'm hoping that the speakers and the panelists are also ready for it. So let's start with the work for today. I have our first speaker. She's brilliant. She's very brilliant. She's our keynote speaker. Her name is Miss Maria Villablanca. So Miss Maria is in UK right now. I'm going to tell you a lot about her. She will tell you on the exciting work that she is doing from the Future Insights Network. She's got an exciting topic that she will be sharing with ourselves. And she will be talking about the women in supply chain, how we develop and embrace a growth mindset. Don't we all want to grow? Don't we all want to be the CPOs or the drivers of our own businesses? Don't we all want to excel in businesses? I think all of us ladies and also the male counterparts out there as professionals, we know we cannot overemphasize the element of women empowerment. But I always ask the question, there is a so what? There's a so what around it. We've been talking about women must be elevated to the next level. But the question is, what are the solutions around it? And how are we going to make sure that the women forms part and parcels of this beautiful dialogues that we have in the industry? So I've got a quick video that I would like to play from Maria in terms of the work that she is doing. And then as we do that, Maria can join us on, on the screen. Then I will tell you who she is. And we're going to have an exciting dialogue. Maria, I'm hoping that you are ready for that. Maria, there is Maria. Hey, Maria is joining us from UK, colleagues. And let me tell you about her. She's a very exciting person. I want to say that, colleagues, if you look at our agenda, it has got more females than men. And there's a reason, because we want to elevate more women out there. There is women that are making a difference in the industry. Always remember that. It's very important that you hear from them in terms of the work that they are doing, their advocacy role, and what is it that they can support you with, because we are fostering an element of mentorship and coaching, networking, collaboration as well. So Maria is a co-founder and the CEO of the Future Insights Network. It's a fast-growing membership network which has got over 80,000 manufacturing, supply chain, and digital transformation leaders. Can you believe that? And she's the host of Transform TV. So she's transforming lives out there, colleagues. In her capacity, she interviews a lot of practitioners and thought leaders already of today. But let me tell you, I'm the lucky one today. I am interviewing her. She's always been on the other side interviewing the thought leaders. Today, she is that thought leader that we are interviewing. She's a strong believer in diversity and inclusion. And she's proud to be leading a women operating business. And that's exactly what we want, having more women in different areas. So she's regarded as a supply chain influencer. And get what? She was recognized on the 19th place in the top 100 women list, which was sponsored by IBM in 2021. And that was done by the Supply Chain Digital magazine. And kudos to Supply Chain Digital magazine for such a beautiful initiative, the top 100 women in supply chain globally. So Maria will be talking to us around embracing a growth mindset. Maria, you are one of the top 100 women, number 19 across the border. How do we embrace that growth mindset? I mean, we have seen a lot of women currently making a lot of bold moves to shake the supply chain profession and changing the narrative. And at the same time, we realize that their successes as professionals always depends on the change individually as well as collectively. But that requires a different mindset, Maria. And I will tell you what we have done previously. We have been mentoring and coaching women in the transport sector to join the ranks as the business owner in transport sector, various modes of transport, road, rail, maritime, looking at clearing and forwarding as well. And I always say that women must lead, women must be capacitated, and they must have this growth mindset. And those growth mindset really is elevated by mentorship and coaching. So tell us, this transformation, like I said to you, Maria, we have been talking about transformation, putting women, elevating them, but I still had that so what question. What are your thoughts around supply chain women taking the lead and repositioning their roles? What are your thoughts around it?
Well, first of all, Lebo, thank you so much for having me here. And hello to everybody that's watching. Hello, wherever you are in the world. Hello, supply chain people in Africa. Hello, people. I think I saw someone in China. So hello, everyone. I think the first thing I would say is that supply chain is at a very exciting point. It's an exciting point of opportunity for anybody in the profession in supply chain, but I believe more so for women. And you asked the question about how do we position ourselves? And I think the first lesson for me is that failure is okay. You are allowed to fail. You are allowed to make mistakes. And I think it's working within a culture that embraces failure allows you to fail and allows you to take lessons from failure. That to me has been both a lesson for myself in my personal life, in my business life, and in my life within supply chain as well, which is the growth mindset that from failure come lessons. And those lessons are the things that send you on the path to success.
You have it there. Failure is okay. We are not perfect people. Did you hear that? We are not perfect people. But tell me, why this growth mindset? I mean, we're talking about the growth mindset and we're saying failure is okay. Why do we need that as professionals? Because I always say that in all of us, in all our sphere, we want to do right. Especially as women that are under a lot of pressure. We are afraid to even make that small mistake because we are being called incompetent as part of the process. So why the growth mindset? How does it help us to be elevated to the next level?
You know, I stumbled across the growth mindset mentality thing, a book many years ago. And if I can maybe go back to my own experience, I grew up as a little girl being told all the time, oh, you're so clever, or you're so brilliant, and you're doing such a great job. But it meant that it created a fixed mindset that I didn't realize I had, which meant that if I ever failed, I felt that that failure was a reflection on me as a person. And so what the growth mindset allowed me to learn is that if I did fail, it's not a reflection of me as a person. It just meant that I needed to skill up a little bit more. I needed to challenge myself, work harder at understanding where the failure was and acknowledge that it existed, and then embrace that as the opportunity to or the platform to elevate myself. So I think in supply chain is all about embracing challenges. Look at what you said before, you know, COVID. all supply chain professionals are dealing with a complete change and transformation in the way that supply chain functions. We were going through that before COVID, weren't we? We were doing digital transformation, embracing different types of methodologies and working, ways to work. Then comes COVID, changes the narrative again completely. And so having that level of agility and to be able to understand that you can take these challenges, embrace them, and move in a different direction, I think is pivotal for any supply chain professional, man or woman. But I think if you layer on top of that the challenges that women have in general, which is to blame ourselves a lot for any failures, to really look very deep at ourselves about where we're not succeeding. I think if you understand that the growth mindset says it's okay to fail, it's not a reflection on who you are as a person. It just means that you need to now take that and learn from it and move on. And that's really been my key to my success.
All right. For me, I always ask myself around rising up and breaking the barriers. I always find that rising up has been difficult for most women that we mentor within the pipelines, and really breaking the barriers within the environment. And I always talk about, Maria, having a sponsor, having a mentor, and having a coach. What are your thoughts around that in really helping and elevating professionals around that growth mindset?
I think it's imperative. I think it's absolutely imperative to have a mentor, to have someone to look up to have someone to sort of help you sometimes, like we say, see the wood for the trees. You're so stuck into your day-to-day that it's very hard to sometimes take a step back and see the bigger picture. So I think that if you are going to embrace that change, that growth mindset, if you're so busy doing your day-to-day job and you don't have someone helping you over here in another area, I think you might lose an opportunity.
All right. So, to everyone that's viewing, have you got a mentor? Have you got a coach out there? Have you got a sponsor in your organization? What are the biggest challenges that you are facing in terms of being elevated to the next level? It would be good to hear from yourself. You can put you use the chat box. Just for your questions, so that we can already pop them to Maria, and then she can just help us in this whole process. But I want to go back, Maria, now. We have a growth mindset, and there's a lot of work. And I always say, in where we are as women in leadership roles, one of the most critical aspects is advocacy. And I always talk about my role as a professional when I was still in industry, but I also had a role outside, from participating in the industry events as a speaker, as a coach, and so forth. What are your thoughts around supply chain advocacy? Because advocacy is very critical in our growth. So having that advocacy voice in supply chain, can you share the insights on how you are doing it out there? Because I think you are making so much of a difference right now with Transform TV, with the work of really interviewing the thought leaders out there. Can you share your insights on how you are doing it, and how can we really get more of the supply chain professionals to have that advocacy voice in the industry?
I think it's a really important question. And I think that this comes down to our own limiting beliefs. Our own limiting beliefs sort of limit ourselves from putting ourselves out there and showing that you have a voice to speak about a particular topic. And what we try to do at Transform TV is we try to find those stories. And I think my advice would be put yourself out there. Put yourself out there, both internally within your organization, put yourself out there externally. Don't necessarily feel that you need to be an island, that just because you're doing a great job, someone will recognize you. I think one of the things that has worked for me quite a lot, and it's almost a little bit counterintuitive to many people, particularly many women, is to actually go and put yourself out there. It's okay to say, you see that? I did that. And more importantly, my team did that. We're doing this. We believe in this. If you feel strongly about a belief, advocate for it. If you feel strongly about something, advocate for it.
All right. So tell me, what kind of skills are needed to do that? Because all of us are carrying so many skills, and some of us don't even know that we have certain skills in what we are doing. But what specific skill sets are needed as supply chain professionals to get that level of advocacy? Do I have to be a CPO? Do I have to be a buyer? Do I just have to be a mere procurement officer in the business or logistics? At what level can we, start having that advocacy role, and what skill sets are needed?
I think for me, and I can only speak about my experience and also what I've heard from people that I've interviewed, and I interviewed quite a lot of people. Yes. It's the fact that I think you need to, number one, understand what problems you're trying to solve in what you're doing in supply chain. What problems am I trying to solve for my clients, for our customers, for our internal business? Secondly, it's understanding the commercial ramifications and the commercial impact of the decisions that are made by the business and the role that you have to play in that. I've always believed that if you take care of the business will take care of you. And I think a lot of times supply chain professionals operate within a silo, within their own square meter, because it's important to do your job really well without looking at what problem am I trying to solve for the business, for my clients, for the wider, customer, and also what is the commercial implication and ramification of that. So looking a little bit outwards as well. When you do that, you realize the role that you have to play, how important it is, which gives you the strength to advocate.
All right, I'm going to ask you one important question now. Talent versus skill versus hiring. Have we got enough capacity to fill the gaps in the industry? And it's a very critical question whilst we are, especially when we now elevating the discussion more towards women. Have we got that? And if we don't have that, what is it that we should be doing as industry, as businesses, to get to the point where we want to be finding more women elevated, or even elevating the profession on its entirety?
I think, what I like to say, and I've said this in interviews before, that I think the supply chain profession has a bit of a bad reputation, because if you look at it, supply chain has almost been seen as this back office, warehousing, transporting, function back here in the dark. What I stand by what I said at the beginning, we are, experiencing some really great innovation and opportunities within supply chain. I don't think there's ever been a more exciting time in supply chain than what we're living in today. So I think to go to your question, we have to create a culture as leaders where we allow people to fail safely, but equally understanding the commercial ramifications. I do like to say sometimes, look, this isn't some sort of school project. We're not all working in a school project. There are real ramifications for the decisions that we make. But I think it's important that we, look at diversity, diverse thinking, look at people from different backgrounds. And, we need to bring in more women into this space that come from different backgrounds, that don't necessarily follow the traditional path, more people from backgrounds that are outside of the traditional path. So I think in that sense, creating the kind of culture that embraces diversity is going to be important to lead us into the next generation of supply chain transformation.
Okay, there's a nice question here, from one of the professionals saying, to what extent do you require your leadership and your organization to adopt a growth mindset? In some industry, there is zero tolerance for failure. So to what extent do you require that in terms of leadership?
I think it's absolutely imperative that leaders have a growth mindset, that they understand that failure sometimes can be an opportunity. If there's anything that COVID has taught us, is that we don't have the roadmap to all the answers. We are in the age of absolute change and flux and disruption. So there is no roadmap out of this, really. We are making it up as we go along. And so the more you have talent with that kind of agility, that kind of mental resilience to embrace change, the better you're going to be as an organization.
All right, I can see we have been joined by people from China, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Germany, Indonesia, Zambia, Kenya, and our South African counterparts here. Where are you at, colleagues? What questions have you got for Maria in terms of having this growth mindset? We are challenging you as supply chain professionals, more so yourself as women. And I will tell you this in terms of the statistics. Gartner did some research sometime, I think 2019, 2018, in terms of women participation, women leaders in our industries. I think it's less than 40%. So we want to see more women out there. From the business perspective, let me tell you about South Africa. South Africa, in the terms of the transport sector, is less than 5%. Less than 5% of women that are women-owned businesses, people that are owning transport businesses. Can you believe it? Less than 5%. So we look at Africa as a whole, we want to see those numbers going out. Globally, we want to see all the listed companies having more women out there, but all of it is challenging you as supply chain professionals, having a growth mindset. Have you got that? Are you ready for that? Are you ready to challenge yourself as a leader out there? Are you willing now to step up and really challenge your teams to step up on your behalf as well? Because you know what they say, you build your teams and the teams build your businesses. And always remember that supply chain is the foundation for any business. That's the most dynamic profession that we have. So we cannot afford to be sitting with the old skills out there. Every day we change, we elevate, we have this growth mindset. So have you got any questions out there for Maria? Because we have to start wrapping up. At this point in time, one of the ladies saying that, Lorraine said, it's very true that many supply chain professionals, they operate in silos, and that prevents us from growing and expanding. The silo mentality is really, really, really hindering us from growing. So now, looking at that comment, Maria, and I want us to really wrap up this discussion, really around collaboration, number one. The second part, really around not just collaboration as well as networking as well, and I want to tap in terms of this top 100 women that was announced by the Supply Chain Digest. It speaks of women across the globe. It's not speaking to UK, South Africa, Zambia, Indonesia, and so forth. It's really around bringing together women that could be part of these beautiful conversations. How do we eliminate the silo mentality? And it's not only for women. Can we just talk about that just a little bit? The silo mentality. How do we ensure that we break that for us to get to the next level?
You know, silo mentality is a killer for most businesses. And like you said, I think supply chains are going to define the success of businesses moving forward. We will live or die by the success of supply chains, I think, or businesses will live or die by the success of their supply chains. I think collaboration is imperative. It goes back to what I said about thinking outside of your little square meter, thinking about outside of what what you're doing. What is the impact to the wider organization of what you do on a daily basis? What is the impact to other side professions alongside you, people in procurement, people in sales, in marketing? What are the impacts for that? So collaboration is hugely important. Networking is hugely important because it gives you differing opinions. I'm speaking here in this event because I want to hear from people in different backgrounds and, talk to professionals that are going to bring forward a different opinion. They're going to bring forward a different way of looking at things. So I think part of the growth mindset is also about asking yourself some tough questions, and really challenging oneself. Am I really someone that believes in a growth mindset? Or I asked myself this question. I remember thinking, on an academic level, on an intelligent, intellectual level, yes, I believe that I have a growth mindset. But when I started asking myself some tough questions, I realized I did not. And I think it's important that you have to ask yourself those tough questions and find ways to connect with people that maybe can help you reach certain levels of growth so that you can appreciate failure and appreciate change and appreciate criticism, even appreciate it as a path to learning.
I like what you're talking about, criticism. I think in my entire 21 years of being in supply chain, Maria, every organization that I worked for, and I think a lot of the audience can really attest to that, supply chain has always been blamed to be at the wrong end of the
Yeah.
channel. So I like what you're talking about failure, because we are always pushing ourselves, because if the supply chain breaks, it means that organization breaks, which is very important. And I think that's where it comes to all of these questions and my thoughts around that. I remember I was never right in any, either in procurement, either in logistics. I was always at the wrong end, because we are at the end of the channel at the end of the day. And whilst that is happening, it's expected that we must perfect each and every process, and really just about carrying everyone's problems in terms of the value chains of organizations. So there's one last question that I'm going to take, Maria, and I want you to start thinking from your side as we wrap up. What are the high level tips that you can give to professionals out there? We want a growth mindset, and we've already said it. Supply chain is dynamic by nature, and as dynamic as it is, we have to keep on changing. And as part of the evolution of supply chain, a growth mindset, we need to change the way we're doing things and so forth. So one last question then, as you think around wrapping up. Someone is asking that, I'm coming from a large tech perspective, so I think more around technology. Do you know where the numbers regarding the females are in that sector in the African continent?
They're low. I bet you they're low. I bet you they're very low.
I think logistics, I think technology in terms of logistics. So I think it's a very nice question, and I will tell you why. If you think around the of supply chain, especially in the logistics sector, it's always viewed as being very male dominated. And I think the eminence of technology has made it easy for more women to transition into supply chain on different roles, all the way from procurement and logistics, because of technology. Now we want to start seeing women now, migrating into technology in the logistics sector as well. What are your thoughts around that? Do you know if the numbers are increasing? Are we really building the pipelines around that?
I think we are. I think going back to what I said about supply chain being seen as a sort of back office function that was logistics, warehouse, traditionally heavy lifting type of function, with technology getting involved, it's leveled the playing field to allow more women to get involved in all aspects of the supply chain and the logistics function. So I think the numbers are going up, but there's a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of work to be done to create environments, both at the school level, that attract women into supply chain. That's where I think we've got a bad reputation still. I don't know about you, but I don't know if people in schools now are being told, oh my gosh, you really should go into supply chain. It's such an amazing position. I think there's a lot of work to be done from us in this industry to say there's so much innovation, adventure, growth in supply chain, so we can attract the right type of talent and create the foundation to bring that talent into supply chain to really make change. So I think, to go to your question about, is it changing? Yes, in the right direction, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
All right. Maria, I can go on with this conversation for the whole day. And for me, it's really around looking at where supply chain is heading up to. How do we change the elements of supply chain from women, from youth, from professionals as a whole? And you're tapping on the right one, where you're talking about, and you say where South Africa is standing in that regard. We're trying to make supply chain very sexy. And I have to use that word, so that every youth that's starting to think when they're finishing their matric, then they can start thinking at supply chain as a profession to take. And I've heard a lot of people talking about supply chain. They're talking about tenders because it's business, and they want to go into supply chain because they think there is tenders around there. But let me tell you, the more we become vocal, and the advocacy that I spoke around, for us as supply chain professionals, then we are starting to step up and showing just about everyone that supply chain is very strategic within organizations. In fact, that's the best lever that organization needs in terms of growth and in terms of development, in terms of efficiencies as well. So we are still on that process of ensuring that advocacy happens, and every young girl out there and any young man out there that is venturing into supply chain, in fact, they are happy to be part of that platform, and understanding that it's not just an administrative work that we are doing. So Maria, I want us to wrap up on that. Top tips that we can take away as part of this conversation, having this growth mindset and taking supply chain to the next level.
I would say failing is okay. looking outside of your silo is very important. Looking at the commercial implications of the things that you do, advocate, have a voice, challenge yourself, speak up. And then I would say the last one would be on my side, dream. I think it's important to realize that you can do quite a lot. I mean, we're still talking about stories. I mean, look at us having this conversation here. I'm someone that was born in Chile, in South America. I'm now leading a business in the UK, a global business. I never would have thought it was possible, but if you don't dream, if you don't aspire, you will stay stuck to where you are. So I think that's also something that's important.
All right, thank you, Maria, for your insight. You heard it. We have to dream, colleagues. We have to understand that failure is okay. We are allowed to fail. No one is perfect out there. Remember, advocacy is very important. So if we have to elevate supply chain to the next level, we have to advocate around it. Let's change the culture in businesses. Diversity is very crucial, and that diversity comes with mentorship and coaching. Let us collaborate, let us network as well. Let's change the mentality of having this mindset. It's a dynamic nature of supply chain. So let's ensure that we grow ourselves each and every day to make sure that we align with the expectation and we can grow the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Maria. Maria, thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. It's been an exciting one. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any questions, like I said, use the chat box. As we play the next video, I will ensure that I start looking at the chats, some of the questions and some of your comments out there. Where are you from and what else would you really want to hear as part of this summit? And someone just said that it seems to be the situation all over the world. I'm also the woman and the youngest in our management committee, plus I am a foreigner around it. And what she's saying that there's still a lot of challenges in terms of supply chain, in terms of us being blamed and us being recognized in terms of supply chain and also our input. But she knows that it can be done. We have to push harder around that. And everyone is saying as well, just one last chat, then we can play the video. The last one is around emotional intelligence as well for the young ones. And the young ones out there that you are in supply chain, we are there to support you. So Maria, again, thank you so much. As we move to our next speaker, thank you, Maria, for that. And there's a video that we'll be playing quickly and we can tap onto our next speaker. All right, we just had a very, very great conversation with Maria Maria. Oh, you see now, my tongue is already twisty. Maria Villamblanca. It has been an exciting topic now. And guess who we have now? Miss Gloria Yakani. Miss Gloria, you can hear it. So many challenges. We have a growth mindset that is needed in the business, but also where we are as supply chain professionals, we are heading up somewhere. And I think some of us are always over-analyzing in terms of how the supply chain is going to be looking like in the future. So I hope that you'll be giving us a lot of insight in terms of the work that you are doing at Ernst & Young, in terms of the CPO analysis in trends, shaping the future, and the outlook of procurement. So ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you who Gloria is. She's a partner at Ernst & Young and brings 20 plus years of deep procurement experience, supply chain as a whole. She has been in various industries in professional services. She leads Ernst & Young's supply chain and operations practice, whose focus is to help clients with their needs to fundamentally rethink their supply chains. I love that. And their operations in order to help them grow, optimize and protect their businesses. She's always been a speaker. I've seen Gloria in a lot of platforms as a speaker in the industry. I like what Gloria is doing because what she's saying that they help organizations to help them grow, optimize, and protect their business. Hence, this very critical conversation that we are having with Gloria in terms of the CPO analysis on the trends shaping the future outlook of procurement. Gloria, are you ready for that? I really want to know where we are heading up to. As professionals, and what are the CPOs thinking out there? A special welcome to yourself, Gloria.
Thank you, Lebu, and good morning, everyone. And let me start by saying Happy Women's Month. We have a lot to celebrate in terms of progress that we've made as women in supply chain. But most importantly, I think in our country, we have a lot to also do in terms of rooting out all these obstacles that women are always facing in the corporate world, in the classrooms, at home, gender-based violence. So let us pat ourselves in the back and say, you know, we are doing it. We continue to do it. So today's topics are actually very encouraging because for me, as procurement professionals, as supply chain professionals, we have been advocating for this industry to take its place, and really because it is the end-to-end value chain of any business. And we've got a lot to do in terms of just explaining what supply chain is, as we've heard from Maria. So welcome, everyone. I think Lebu has introduced me, and I won't necessarily introduce myself again, but just briefly to say that you know, I have been oscillating between industry and consulting because of, I think, the various challenges that the two industries provide to me. I am able to be at the forefront of what are the changes in supply chain when I'm a consultant, but when I'm a chief procurement officer, I'm able to implement those strategies, but in a more practical manner. I tend to have a better knowledge of what works and what doesn't work because of the various clients and industries that I work with. But welcome, everyone. And it is very pleasing to see that we've got an audience that is across Africa. So my portfolio includes the rest of Africa. And I'm also highly encouraged that we also have various industries that have joined, from banking to FMCG to transport, and various people from Indonesia and China. So welcome, everyone. Thank you, Lebu.
Awesome. Thank you, Gloria. Like we said, you know, when I was chatting to Maria, we talked about having a growth mindset, and we spoke a lot around supply chain being very dynamic. So now let's look at where we are. Procurement landscape is continually changing with various trends that are shaping organizations. So as procurement is gaining more strategic importance within organizations, and I think the expectations from the functions are also increasing. So we have seen over the past few years that organizations around the world have dealt with an abundance of unexpected global situations, of which one of them is COVID. We've been focused on resiliency and chaos as well that we had to manage. And it has provided a lot of procurement leaders with an opportunity to strategically support their organizational objectives. So if you start thinking around it, there's an industry, you ask your question, how is the industry really looking like? What trends should we really look forward to? And I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I believe that from our conversation today, that Ernst & Young has conducted the survey to look at the global CPO analysis and the trends that are shaping the future of procurement. And it will be very interesting to know you know, what maturity is expected to be gained, and basically coming from the CPO perspective and the whole analysis, because it should groom us going forward on how we shape up our supply chains. So can you share with us, Gloria, what trends have you picked up that are shaping you know, the future of supply chain? What should we really watch out for already going forward?
Yeah. So Lebu, I think we have been fortunate enough to have conducted a similar survey in 2019, which included CEOs and CFOs and CPOs. But then in 2020, the focus was more on chief supply chain officers and CPOs. And I think we all must agree that supply chain has experienced massive disruption massive disruption with the pandemic. And the whole technology transformation has been almost thrust on us to an extent where companies do not have a choice but to adopt the digital transformation in an accelerated manner. We also know that with the Brexit and the China-US trade wars, it has also placed supply chain in a more fragile position. As we, as supply chain consultants and practitioners, we have to work out what is the impact of these on existing contracts, on existing suppliers. And obviously, part of it is also our tax policies and regulations that keep on changing, as well as our workforce and the talent, because in supply chain, you would understand, as Maria said, we have traditionally have people that have been working in warehouse, or that's how the corporate perceives us. But in actual fact, this is a strategic position. So what we've seen with the survey is that a huge emphasis now is coming around supplier risk, because as the pandemic has wreaked havoc on the supplier, the response times, the sustainability of our suppliers, their financial stability, that has invariably affected our ability to deliver on time, to be able to deliver and make sure that our business continues. So what we see now is a lot of CPOs and chief supply chain officers starting to focus on the supplier risk. We also see that there's also a lot of focus now around resilience, meaning that the end-to-end supply chain visibility is becoming an important aspect of supply chain for us to be able to do predictive analysis, to do scenario planning, to do real-time monitoring, so that we can understand when there's going to be disruptions. A case in point is what happened in KZN, and no one could have predicted that it would really trust those distribution centers into a challenging position where trucks and the whole logistics capability was put to a standstill. And this is the resilience that we need to build in our supply chains by building those scenarios. What's also coming through Lebu quite a lot is the digital transformation. I think all CPOs and heads of supply chains are worried about the accelerating the digital transformation to an extent where we see a lot of robotics coming through blockchain and AI. And I saw one of the questions during Maria's presentation when one of our supply chain people were asking, do we need to learn these skills now? Do we need to make sure that we empower ourselves with the RPA, blockchain, AI skills? And the answer is yes. This is the workforce of the future. This is the supply chain of the future, where your supply chain officers will be responsible for data analytics and making sure that they understand the end-to-end supply chain visibility. But most importantly, those robots or robotics that will be implemented as part of supply chain, they will need to program them, they will need to maintain them. Same applies with artificial intelligence, because these are the tool sets and the digital tools that allow and enable you to create that autonomous supply chain, to create that self-service supply chain, and for your supply chain officers to more or less concentrate on the strategic element of sourcing rather than trying to field all sorts of queries from their end users. And another aspect, Lebu, is cost optimization. Cost is a big thing. It has come through quite intensely, irrespective of the type of industry. We've seen the banks have taken quite drastic steps in reducing their branch network to try and minimize the cost or manage the cost or optimize the cost. They've adopted the digital transformation through robotics, and they've also adopted the ecosystem to make sure that people can, if you need to do banking, you don't need to go to a bank. You can go to a Pick n Pay and draw your money. And that's part of cost optimization, and that's going to be an ongoing requirement for supply chain, for me, one of the important things that are highlighted by that cost optimization element, Lebu, is that supply chain consultants or head of supply chains are finding ways now to actually self-fund their own transformation initiatives through those cost optimization and cost reduction, because they've been waiting for CFOs to fund their programs, but it's not going to happen.
I like that, and I want us to park that thought when it comes to optimization, because this is a heavy loaded discussion around optimization, cost savings in organization, where it's expected that professionals must start saving money. But I want to go back in terms of the risk and resilience as one of the trends that we need to be focusing on. What are the bigger risk elements should we watch out for? Because it's very important, because we manage the risk, and risk is managed in so many ways, financially, politically, and so forth. So what specific items came out of this risk and resilience trend coming from the CPO? What are their thoughts around resilience in terms of how should we really manage the risk, and what typically what kind of risks are we really talking about?
So Lebu, again, that question really lends itself to the type of industry that you add. So for instance, for banks, one of the biggest risks for them is the third-party risk, which comes in with the supplier, confidentiality around information, and making sure that the suppliers or vendors that provide them with the core business banking services are actually, they've got a robust a company and a going concern that will withstand all these COVID issues. And in an environment, for instance, like FMCG, their biggest risk is around the raw materials, because you've seen that with COVID, there were times in our business where we couldn't even get through some of the raw materials coming from China or from all sorts of parts, Indonesia, because of COVID and the fact that travel was limited. And at some stage, the whole Durban port was literally gridlocked, and we couldn't get those raw materials. So that is still an ongoing risk that the procurement professionals are looking at. Again, Forex and being able to hedge our currency is still a challenge that some chief procurement officers are still worried about. The other risk that came through quite intensely is a risk around SMEs and the sustainability of SMEs, because we find ourselves having to adopt a flexible supplier network, but still being able to comply with transformation, supporting our SMMEs. But at the end of the day, some of the worst hit elements of this pandemic were the SMMEs. So that risk is coming through as part of that third-party risk label. And I mean, there's various risks, as I said, depending on the type of industry. Yeah.
All right, I want us now to talk about cost optimization. And very interesting, so that we have seen during COVID, a lot of businesses have not been doing well. And we know that now organizations, businesses are driving cost savings. And I have found previously that organizations, when they start thinking of cost optimization, it starts first with supply chain, because that's where they spend with procurement. But let me be specific and say procurement, and really monitoring how we spend our money in organization. So, and I'm looking at where we are from the COVID perspective, from businesses perspective. When you are, I think there is a supply chain professional out there right now that has got so much pressure to save, and they have to go back to businesses, they have to go to SMEs, they have to go to big businesses as well and say, listen, let's reduce our costs. You have to renegotiate our contracts as well. Where can we start, developing long-term relationships as well? But at the same time, it goes back to how do we save costs for the business? Is it a possible or a mission impossible requirement right now, considering that we have all gone through COVID and the economy has still not fully recovered? And we're not sure as to how long this pandemic is going to take us forward.
And Lebu, that's a very good point, because really it is dependent on the type of industry that again you are part of. So you'll find that in in certain businesses, there's still a fair amount of scope. So one of the elements that I always request that the supply chain officers, at the very least, this is the basics of our supply chain practice, is just your ability to manage your contracts effectively and be able to understand the obligations that you have and monitor those such that you are able, if you have to claw back or you have an ability to consolidate supplies and make sure that you can reduce those costs because of the economies of scale, you can do that. But I think the challenge in our part of the country is that we are trying to develop and transform our country through supply chain. And therefore, this is now the reason why we're talking about we need to move to this digital transformation so that we can unlock those new revenue streams that come up with those efficiencies in supply chain. And when I'm saying efficiencies, supply chain, a third-party expenditure probably accounts for 60% to 80% of the business. And that's why invariably business will always start to first go to supply chain for any cost reduction. What I'm urging everyone is that when you look at those elements, broaden your scope and stop thinking cost cutting. Start thinking revenue streams, alternative revenue streams that you can come up with. And also when you're in supply chain, we are at the center of innovation. Maria was just explaining the growth mindset and how supply chain professionals need to start adopting that growth mindset. What I've found in certain organizations is that that growth mindset is not natural. And the supply chain people are the ones that talk to the service providers or see all these new trends that are coming through. And they are then able to facilitate conversations with the business so that the business can actually see the better way of doing business. Because what I've also realized is that as supply chain professionals, we need to understand how the business is run and what are those cost levers within the business and what are the new ways of doing things, because our businesses are still traditional and they still have a fixed mindset. And that is where now supply chain professionals have to challenge themselves and think strategically.
Okay, so and I just want, just at a high level, Gloria, don't you think that it requires us as supply chain professionals to be the jack of all trades? And when I say jack of all trades, being the finance manager, being a quality specialist, being an engineer in the business, being a warehouse person, being a planner, being that technology person, and enabling just about everything to run in the business. Do you think that that is already changing the landscape of what supply chain is and what we should be knowing? And I'm really relatively putting this with the dialogue with Maria, where we're talking about the growth mindset. But I think when you are seated in corporates, in businesses, you already know that you're in fact working across the entire value chain and making everything happen. So from the skills perspective, does that really mean that we have to be jack of all trades? We have to have all the skills that are sitting within the foundry of the organization.
Yeah, so a very good point there, Lebu, and I think Maria has encouraged correctly with the growth mindset. And one of my comments there was that we need to stay curious. We need to continuously learn as supply chain professionals. We will not know or we will not understand business as much as the business people understand it. That we must always understand. But what we need to bring is insight and an understanding of how that value chain works, because we do have an opportunity to engage with service providers and suppliers before they go to business. When we do that, we gain better understanding of how that world works, so that when you engage the business, you engage it from a collaboration perspective. So what I used to do as a chief procurement officer is that in splitting up the commodities and having category managers and all of that, if you're a category manager for IT, I need you to understand how that business works to an extent where you also attend some of their meetings. Because if you understand and you're part of their stand-up meetings daily, you understand what is challenging to their world at that point in time. And you are able to provide that insight and bring your suppliers to say, come help us fix this thing, or come, this is the service level agreement that you've signed with us, so help us fix this challenge. And that's where we need to be. We need to stay close to business, understand the business better.
The business. Oh, you got it out there. What are your questions around the future? Are you uncertain around where your supply chain is heading up to? What questions have you got for Gloria? And do you know what the trends, how are these trends really impacting your business? Are you intending to transition? Are you now in a space whereby you have to optimize and you don't even know how to do it? What is your question around cost optimization? What are your questions around risk management in supply chain and having that resilient supply chain? So I'm looking forward to seeing those questions on the chat. And I can see, let me just quickly see what is happening here. All right, I think there's a question around transitioning from finance, and Kumbu says that she's been specializing in accounts payable and to supply chain, specifically strategic sourcing. What advice in terms of studying will she will include? What can we include in that? Gloria mentioned that digital transformation, data analysis around the years, and we're going to talk about digital transformation as part of our summit, colleagues, is that we'll be talking about technology and how it is in fact transforming our supply chains. And yes, I think Gloria already sharing now in terms of the current trends. So I want us to tap back to that, Gloria. We spoke around risk and resilience, digital transformation, cost optimization, and changing how we are sourcing as well. Is there any advice in terms of sourcing and from the trends analysis that we should pick up in terms of the future and in terms of what we should be looking out for? Because we have always been used to different ways of the strategic sourcing, this tactical sourcing. Which one is becoming eminent going forward in terms of businesses?
And Lebu, you know, that is a very direct question, but will probably also mean that I need to unpack, or at least the answer would be very different from one industry to the next. But overall, I think we all know now that we need to build our supply chain of procurement such that, you know, our footprint and our supplier network has agility. We have seen how the whole raw materials issue have actually created business continuity issues. And that's where we now need to understand what are those alternative sources of supply. And we need to broaden our thinking into Africa. We now have this free trade agreement, which now allows us to benefit from tax, benefit from the rest of Africa. But you need to do that in a very measured way, because while Africa has a lot of potential, when it comes to the actual supply chains and ability to move stuff from one place to the next, sometimes you do get challenges, and you need to be aware of that and plan accordingly. So there's various alternative supplies that are sitting in Africa, within Africa. And obviously, we also talk about China, Indonesia, India. They also have those additional sources of supply. And we need to improve our real-time monitoring of the supply chain. When we make these assertions, or at least we try to go in and place these acquisitions in a different parts of the town, you need to be very aware of what is happening and have an ability to monitor that real time, to an extent where in some companies, they've even gone as far as also monitoring the social media for any perceived threats or some disturbances of chaos. And I think that's what we need to look at.
All right. So what are the trends? Because I know there's top 5 priorities that you have identified to recover and beyond. I mean, we spoke around all of those areas of risk resilience, digital transformation, cost reduction. What about sustainability? Is it one of the areas that you have looked at?
Lebu, of course, but I want to first address a very important aspect, which is more around the workforce and collaboration. and how the new supply chain officer will need to adopt the new ways of working. And we've seen this element affecting a lot of public sector. So we had private sector that was a bit more agile in terms of responding to the fact that their employees had to go and work from home, and you had to provide laptops, and you had to provide Wi-Fi and broadband and all that. We had public sector that was a bit more in a chaotic state, that found it difficult. And I'm not saying that was the case to everyone, but I'm saying when I observed how the CPOs and how the organization responded to these lockdowns and these disruptions, those that were more prepared and had an agile network of supplies and footprint were able to quickly get things going. And that also had to do with the culture, with the growth mindset and all that. And I think that workforce and new ways of working and upskilling yourself so that you are part of the new workforce and collaboration in this digital world is important for us. And Lebu, you asked about sustainability, which is also coming to be a very a topical issue, especially with the FMCG type of organizations that now have these new legislations that require them to even implement circular economy. What that means is that if you are a Unilever that is selling products like soap and all that, the way we dispose of that soap, paper, and all the remnants, you as Unilever need to manage that waste management and make sure that those things, the waste is managed accordingly. So that brings that circular economy. And then the other aspect is all this carbon footprint that will also affect some of, especially those companies that are global companies, because this topic has become quite a strong focus globally. And therefore, that is why majority of your procurement now is starting to look at that, especially the global procurement. And what they're doing now is making sure that they incorporate these sustainability requirements as part of your contracts. The social impact of procurement, meaning that your supplier diversity and inclusion and the conditions of working, that is also part of now the contractual obligations that you put in place in those contracts to make sure that you incorporate your sustainability requirements. Yeah.
Interesting enough, we have a topic on ethical and sustainable procurement that we have, I think, tomorrow. So we'll be having more discussion around what does it really mean. Look at circular supply chain sustainability as well around the supply chain environment. So you've said it, colleagues, risk management, resilience, digital transformation, cost optimization, which is very critical in what we are doing, and really managing us as supply chain professionals being innovative, creating revenue streams. Like I said, as a supply chain professional, I think we are quite lucky, and I love supply. But if I have to come, to what do I call it? My next lifetime. Again, I will still be in supply chain because it changes every day, this dynamic nature. So, Gloria, a quick question, and we have to wrap up around this now. How do we ensure that procurement become that competitive strategic weapon in organizations?
A very important question, Lebu. So you will find that the role of procurement with this whole pandemic, we've been thrust into a very different role. There's a massive expansion of our scope of work. As CEOs and CFOs were struggling to contain the disruption around a pandemic, they had to call on the CPOs and the head of supply chains to help them and become part of those crisis committees. So we have to make sure that we understand that, and as a supply chain professionals, we have to now adopt these new capabilities that will help us to rapidly respond to these changing market dynamics. And we know that the acceleration of technology adoption and digital transformation is one of those important aspects that will help us to position ourselves in a more competitive way. And data-driven insights, which is making sure that you are able to understand what is it that you're buying, who are you buying it from, who is buying this. For me, Lebu, this is like a basic. And yet I found that a lot of organizations can't necessarily answer that because of disparate systems, and this is sitting there, that is sitting there. And when you start drawing those insights, a lot of CPOs are just surprised that, is that what we're buying? Or is this what we're buying? Is this where we're buying it from? So again, I would encourage those data-driven insights and making sure that you've got end-to-end visibility of your supply chain.
All right. Right now we have to wrap up the area. I mean, we know that there will always be too many changes in supply chain every day. So all these trends keeps on changing. You know, every day we innovate, we recreate ourselves within supply chains. We change the direction as well, even though we always have this strategy in terms of where we want to head up to. So if you were to sum up in terms of the trends, now I am a leader out there. And I have to now change the landscape, and I have to start planning forward in terms of where the business, where I and how I support the business going forward. So just wrap up and just tell us, what are those key 5 tips as takeouts that the supply chain professionals can take out, or businesses already? If there's a business person out there, and even an entrepreneur out there, they must start thinking that forward thinking and really realizing that these are the trends that will always consistently be there. These are the things that you have to really watch out for. You must always make sure that you are prepared going forward. What are those big tips, Gloria?
A basic one, Lebu, and the theme for us at this point in time is to press the reset button and reimagine the role of procurement, because that is the next and the beyond. And if we don't reimagine the role of procurement going forward, we're always going to be this back office function that the CEOs or CFOs are always taking for granted. So we have to press that reset button. And we have to accelerate that technology and digital transformation, and we have to reduce it into a plan. And when I say a plan, we always have to rely to the CIOs or to someone else to help us with this type of transformation. But I'm saying, think out of the box and think ways that you can self-fund this transformation yourself.
Yes.
You're also part of the conversations when, for instance, there's a Microsoft conversation, there's a SAP conversation. In those conversations, include the supply chain conversation, because we are part of that community or initiative that is trying to bring that technology to the business. Again, build agility in your supply chain footprint, because COVID is here to stay. We are going to be experiencing these disruptions on a regular basis. And we must also make sure that we don't forget the social impact that procurement plays in the life of the supplier, in the life of the SMMEs. That will continue to be there. I think lastly, Lebu, as we said, prioritize those cost savings, think out of the box. Create visibility first, because when you actually see what is it that you're buying and at what price, and you quickly look, the good thing about this pandemic is that it has actually created a lot of visibility around the pricing benchmark, and all these products now are you can buy them online. And that is a very powerful way of mining that data and being able to have very rigorous negotiations with your suppliers. Yeah.
Okay. I like that. And whilst you're talking about online presence, I think there's been more and more questions around digital transformation. And I will just I want you to take half a minute just to respond in terms of how supply chain professional can gain more knowledge around digital transformation, because I think we didn't really dwell too much onto it, especially that as professionals, we are not IT. I think that's one of the questions that's been coming up around now transitioning into IT. And we know that that's everything that you are doing. Automation, digital transformation is very crucial around that. How do they elevate to that area of IT? Just briefly, then we can just wrap up.
Very briefly, I mean, if we think about practical examples, I mean, you've got the portal, Udemy portal, that will give you a course for data-driven insight, data analytics, that will teach you how to use Excel spreadsheet, that will also teach you how to, put together proper dashboards. That's Udemy. You don't have to, if your company doesn't provide that course, you can actually go and learn yourself. And these days, because of the pandemic, there's so much of these courses that are actually free online. And you just need to just have a look at it, whether it's a YouTube or it's the actual course. But just my point here is that let's continuously learn, let's continuously develop ourselves, let's stay curious, because that will allow us to be insightful when we talk to the business and stop being policemen.
Thank you so much, Gloria, for that. I think the one last thing that I want to add with regard to digital transformation, as to the audiences, is that, I remember when I was still at university, one of the things that we just what we just did was end user computing, and it was just brief, just taking your computer skills. However, right now, in terms of the future curricula, and building the skills of the future, and we're going to be having a discussion around that as part of the summit, is now entrenching and looking at the curricula at university level. Now that's focusing on supply chain, technical skills, and looking at IT, because we know that now everything is changed. The old curricula, how we are doing, we have been really running with our curricula in the universities, now has changed now in terms of the landscape. So one of the things that we should consider, if we have academics as part of the platforms, we have to really now start thinking, how do we have now technology and specific to supply chain being part of our curricula at the universities, with SAP, ERP solutions, let me not be specific, ERP solutions, transport management solutions if you are in the logistics sector, because warehouse management systems as well, because they are mandatory for each and every environment that we are at. I think apart from that, I'm aware that the ERP companies out there, they also have training in terms of supporting with digital transformation. So just to also respond to that I know and I understand that there's still a challenge in the industry, because from curricular perspective, we haven't not fully closed that gap. However, that can still be done in terms of looking at the future curricula, look at the academic portfolios as well. Then we start from the university perspective. Gloria, thank you so much for this conversation. You had it, ladies, the CPO, ladies and gentlemen, CPO trends, risk resilience, digital transformation, cost optimization, focusing on social impact, focusing on cost savings, creating visibility within our supply chains is very, very important around that. And let's not forget that our profession is fully transformed by technology. Gloria, thank you so much.
Just one last aspect. I just want to leave everyone with these parting shots, that if you don't invest time in yourself, you will not have time to do anything. It is always busy, and every time we are always swallowed by the ills of the day. You have to invest time in yourself and develop yourself. Thank you, Lebu, and thanks everyone. All the best with the conference.
Summit, yes. Thank you, Gloria, for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now, I'm trying to accelerate the time now and moving to the next speaker, but before we do that, there's a video that I will play from Ernst & Young in terms of the work that they are doing, and I shall welcome Ms. Azuka Okeke, who is from Nigeria. She is the CEO of Africa Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management. Like I said, our summit is across the board. We have everyone in Africa and across the globe as a whole. And if you can just play the video, then we can proceed to have a conversation with Azuka. right, we are back now. Azuka, are you there now?
Yes, I am.
All right, so our next speaker is Ms. Azuka Okeke from Nigeria. She will talk into us around the global supply chains to watch for the future. And yes, we want to know, I mean, we've now been talking about the trends. We spoke around, having that mindset for growth and the CPO thoughts in terms of the study that has been done in terms of what expectation is around supply chain. Now, as well, we'll be talking about the global supply chains to watch for the future and how do we prepare ourselves? And the question is, how do we fit in those global supply chains as women as well? So let me tell you who Azuka is. Azuka is the CEO for ARC, like I said, Africa Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management. So she oversees the supply chain transformation in that business in Nigeria. And she has supported other African countries in strengthening their health system. She is known for her expertise in engaging governments and development partners and them investing in the health supply chain programs in Africa, which is just so crucial, especially now during COVID times. Azuka, I can take it that you are just beyond busy right now, advancing and really looking at COVID, how we move the vaccines as well, and how ready we are as Africa to ensure that we have proper infrastructure as well. We know how we move all these vaccines around within our countries. So she is well known for being a thought leader. She's a partner and advisor to the National Ministries of Health in Africa. So beyond government engagements, she is facilitating public-private partnership for innovative health financing. Azuka, welcome and thank you for joining us. I'm really looking forward to these conversations. I really want to know, what are we talking about when we're talking about the global supply chains to watch for the future? I mean, let me just create a context. I mean, after a year of the pandemic, even now in the turmoil, the businesses are still looking to supply chain for stability, isn't it? So the organizations are already stepping up their transformation efforts, implementing already modern technology. I think, Gloria has already said they're developing new capabilities as well and adapting new operating models in terms of how we do business. But we see that disruption still continues to become a constant condition of doing business, and we must always be ready. So we must just be aware that disruption will always be there. So we've seen that supply chains have moved from being the cost reduction engines to taking the center stage in the battle to offer a superior customer services and delivering also competitive advantage for businesses. So I want to know that even if we are here, there's something to watch out for in terms of global supply chains. Which forces of change where we are currently have reshaped supply chain from today onwards? Because right now, we have the old supply chains, they've always been there, but now we are moving forward. Which forces of change are you thinking of which have reshaped supply chains going forward?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, indeed, we
Fantastic. Can. Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. And of course, I get all excited when we're talking about supply chains. So when you talk about forces, three key things that are reshaping supply chains are, of course, the usual suspect. Everyone knows the COVID-19 pandemic. Then two is the call for sustainability, going green, that is key now. Then the third one, I would say, following George Floyd, and that's talking about supply chains, maybe in my world of public health, there is a call for diversity and equity, following the whole incidence of decision-making, the global South versus the global North. Those are the three key power changers now, defining and reshaping supply chains across the world. So if we talk about number one, COVID-19, it calls for, like you said, a need to kind of rebalance to strengthen resilience. Everyone needs to know how do we begin to move into a resilient supply chain so that if there are such forces coming forward, our supply chains will be sustained. We all know that a lot of businesses shut down during the pandemic because maybe, for instance, there were no opportunities for e-commerce, but now everybody knows that you do have to have some way of making sure the goods get to the clients, regardless of the stress in transportation. And of course, there is that need for local production. That is the key driver now when you talk about the COVID-19. Local production, you mentioned it, vaccines, we see it, vaccine equity. Well, I'm all for why are you begging for vaccines, for goodness sake? Why are we not producing vaccines in Africa? We're all crying about vaccine. Why are they not sending? I think we should wake up as Africa, and I'm talking to Africans. Wake up and look internal. The COVID-19 has called for more responsible leadership. Let me go down to sustainability. Everyone knows that there is that need, everyone needs to go green. Everyone needs to look at the, I would say, the fair treatment of supply chains. We cannot endanger our the whole environment because of the need to meet customer needs. Now customers are driving for sustainable supply chains. People would go to where they have recycle, if I want to drink coffee now, rather go to where there are recyclable cups than where there are plastics. So customers are reshaping, the need for more sustainable supply chains. So you can't ignore it anymore. You need to have sustainability strategies for you to be fit for the future. And of course, the third one, that again is in my world of public health, because I always have to talk about public health. That has been for long so donor dependent. There is a need for an equitable way to finance in Africa. I'll pause there for now.
I like what you're saying and how you're re-emphasizing an element of manufacturing the vaccines in South Africa. And really, global supply chains are really around how we really now position ourselves to be able to do that. Are we ready? Do you think we are ready as Africa?
I think Africans have been, we have been, I'll say the babysitting has been too long, always looking for aid, Aid has made us, sorry to say, a bit irresponsible to our own need, to know, domestic need, Yes. I sit in a country where, government is not even manufacturing, government is not even buying to make sure people have access to medicine. Governments are waiting for donor aid. I think it's a strategic move that has not helped our countries. And that's why we're in the vaccine mess. I think instead of calling and, all the hula-baloo about vaccine, of course it's going to happen. People are going to take care of their citizens. If they have the money, they'll buy for their citizens. Why are we making noise? It's going to be something that we have to fix in years, because it's a systemic problem, it's a systemic issue. But I like what the African Union is doing under the President Cyril Ramaphosa's leadership. It's calling us to look inwards, how did we get here? And how do we move away from here? But it will take a while, maybe going to 5 years before we say Africa will be ready to improve and increase local production, of vaccines. Vaccines are not just medicines by the corner. Yeah.
Oh yes, we did. So tell me, I love your passion around those three aspects, because it speaks so much to where we are transitioning as Africa. And what we should be doing as supply chains and practitioners, as businesses as well, and looking at the readiness to really support the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And that's one of the discussions that we will be having, as I think this afternoon as well. So, but I want to know, what are your thoughts around how companies can develop their supply chain, their supply chains to be fit for the future? Because I think everyone now is realigning, they're readjusting. And we have to watch out as to where these global supply chains are heading up to. So my question is, how can companies really develop such supply chains to be fit, for the future? Is there any specific areas for consideration from your side?
I think I'll start from the global aspect, what companies need to really consider now. Then I'll hone down to Africa, looking at us, I think number one is sustainability is key. Every company needs to have a sustainability strategy that drives their supply chain. We all talk about circularity, how we strengthen our reverse supply chains, it becomes even more critical. It is not something that that is based on regulatory standards or people carrying placards saying no. It's something that has to be ingrained inside us as companies so that we're fit. I think globally again there's need now for stronger supply chain leadership. I was reading an article that says supply chain professionals fit for CEO positions. How do we? And I think it's an excellent opportunity for any company to have someone in supply chain to lead. Why? Because we are always looking at the flow of the goods, the flow of the information, the flow of money. You're looking at that aspect, and that helps you be able to run any company. So I think fit for the future is be purposive about who you put as your leader. Supply chain leadership is so key now. Who is driving the decision making? It shouldn't just be by, as you grow by the rank. It's something that you're sure a company will be run by someone that understands the importance of data for decision making, and someone that understands the global trends, someone that makes sure that the risk, risk averse, making sure that as you are improving the business, you are adapting standards, that keeps, reduces risks. Then of course, again, is if you look at Africa, fit for the future means local manufacturing. We cannot be dependent. Be dependent on the global community for our goods. We need to strengthen local manufacturing of almost everything that we utilize. If I look at the world of medicines, you can imagine that only about 3% of medicines that are used in Africa, in the public health industry, is manufactured in Africa. 3%, that is irresponsible. Yes, so we do need to ramp up local manufacturing of medicines, not meant everything that we need to ramp up. So then we are fit for the future.
It's very interesting because I'm seeing a comment from someone say that we must ramp up our pharmaceutical production capabilities and output. And I concur with Azuka, our overdependence on importation of medicine. Let me just go down. You see, when we're trying to scroll down, I think you can also see that chat. Our over-dependence on importation of medicine is potentially worse than a war. I like that one. That's what they say, that it's worse than a war. Are we that tired as Africa as a whole?
It's sad, but that's our reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. But I like this, Azuka. Our overdependence is really across a lot of commodities, and from clothing to from textiles, and from various commodities that we have in our country. There's no beneficiation, and ultimately we get the final product in Africa, meaning that there is no beneficiation. Quick tip from your side, what are the things that we should be doing to be ready? Because I hear, and what you are saying, that we need supply chains that are fit for the future. We need to localize, but how do we do that? And if I'm sitting here as a supply chain professional, as a buyer, let me just use as a buyer, and I'm saying that I have to procure, and I want to change my sourcing strategy. As an example, and start buying local. And we understand also an element of small business empowerment around it, which is one of the drive around Africa. What are the things that they must really start implementing immediately to start seeing some transition around it?
Number one is public financing. Public financing. You can only define or reshape when you are the one paying for it. When we have governments begin to look at what the need is and begin to say we need to budget and finance, then we begin to go somewhere. When I hear the comment about, I see the comment on the pharmaceutical sector. Well, if you are depending on donor aids, you have to run by the donor rules. You can't make changes to what you are financing. Then you look at our textile, we have adequate. I mean, I like what's happening in Africa now. People say to me, why don't I don't wear foreign outfits? People know me, it's my standard. Anyway, I put on but I'm wearing foreign today. I'm in my house. Oh my God. But anyway, the reality is beginning to use the more the consumers understand how consumption patterns shape supply chain, the more people are empowered to strengthen the system. So I think there's need to create more awareness about what supply chain is and how it reshape our economy. It's the awareness that begins to define how we consume. I think our greatest challenge is that people don't even know what we're talking about when we say supply chains. That's just most people don't know. And then maybe they don't need to know, but then again, the other key thing that we must begin to look at in Africa, I'm talking about Africa now, is data-driven decision-making, data-driven. A lot of times we're relying on data from outside this world. People do our research, put it out there. And when you look at the research, 90% are not even people in Africa. And they are telling us what, I mean, it's good that there is research, but we are relying on the global community to reshape our supply chain. We need to do of our own research. We need to look at our context. We need to put everything in paper, data that would inform policy.
Indeed, we are challenging yourself as procurement specialists out there that we need to start building Africa as a whole. The question is, how are you procuring going forward? What strategies are you looking at? Because right now there is after, and that's the conversation that will be following after I have a conversation with Chantal. And we are saying that we want to limit and minimize our reliance, but also we want to encourage more investment into Africa as well. So it all comes again to how do we really develop our businesses? How do we ensure that the big businesses that we have now are trading across Africa? Because Africa, and I'm going to show you the numbers as to how Africa is really looking like going forward. You'll be fascinated around it. Because if you look at it and look at the commodities, we have to take charge as procurement people, understanding what we have in terms of commodities and how we can use those commodities to beneficiate Africa as a whole. So that by the time now we have to participate from our GDP perspective, we know that we are making a difference. Another important question that is coming, Azuka, is that there's a question that is speaking around localization, that what's the best way to promote localization on components which are IP specified and owned by globally OEMs? You must remember for years, this localization has not necessarily been the driver in Africa. And we have some bigger equipments, big machinery in our plants, in our businesses that are OEM specified at this point in time. We need most of them, but at the same time, we want to promote localization on some of the components because we look at industrialization, looking at our manufacturing base, increasing that, across Africa, which also speaks with AFTA as well. How do we promote localization?
I think the best way I see that we can promote localization in Africa is to work as a continental approach rather than country approach. I think there's a lot investments that have been made in different African countries that the moment you mention localization, it triggers fear. People begin to think we're going to lose our investments. We're going to lose what Africa is a big market. So a lot of global companies have invested. We must recognize that. And the moment we begin to champion this cause as countries, we are going to encounter a lot of challenges, The best approach for me is a continental-wide approach where we work together as the African Union, come to have a common voice, come up with clear policies and strategies and drive it as African Union, and have African Union speak more for Africa trade than individual countries. The moment we work together and strengthen the African Union and reduce just like we did with the Continental Trade Agreement, then speaking with one voice, we can then convince or even advocate better with these global giants, because they are giants. They can crush some countries in Africa. So yes, I think a continental-wide approach will promote local production and help us even make Africa a more viable place for investments. Yeah.
All right, I like that. So how do we measure progress on that? Because for me, as we start doing something, we have to manage and measure the performance thereof. And it's so many times in supply chain, we always talk about supply chain performance and managing our performance. How do we measure the performance of our supply chains? Because we have this global supply chains to watch out for. We want to be, fit for purpose. There's COVID that is really challenging us. We have to build resiliency in terms of our supply chain, sustainability as well. We want, have analytical support in what we are doing. Research, it has to be data-driven. Research has to be done. We need this continental approach, and we need to start making progress as supply chain professionals, as businesses as well. So how do we measure the performance of our supply chains? Because it keeps on changing, Azuka. And I always say that, you normally have these beautiful KPIs that drives our performance. You always have a set target, but tomorrow something basically changes. You cannot even get to your OTIF, on time in full delivery, or you cannot get your order on time, or tomorrow a supplier becomes bankrupt at the same time. And you always want to fit within this supply chain framework, within the supply chains of the future as well. And you want to be fit for purpose. And I think that's what we're talking about, fit for purpose. Those are the supply chains that we want. And fit for purpose, for me, it also means that being resilient and being able to adapt immediately, being agile. That's what it basically means. How do we really measure that?
I think the best way to measure performance is that you are not the one measuring yourself.
Yes.
I think the key is the link between the industry and academia. We need to have more academia input in our supply chains. Yes. So they come from with their mindset. They have the time, they have the rigors of research, and they begin to do more operational research within companies, and then begin to give us more that outside view. Then you begin to have, I would call it an evidence-based approach that goes beyond, when you are the one measuring yourself, the bias, reducing the bias. So for me, for us in Africa and even globally, is involve more the academia to be the leaders in performance monitoring, and not the itself. You measure what you like.
Yes, someone is saying that monitoring and evaluation of our supply chain is very critical. Performance management is very independent. It is entirely dependent on the external clients as well. So sometimes it's all about perception. It's around performance. It's around anything that can happen in between our supply chains. So and I think all of that, if thinking around it, there's also a certain element, and I want to really wrap up with the part where we have these beautiful global supply chains, but there's also processes and frameworks that are not followed by businesses as well. How do we really help supply chain professionals to engage at a level that allows businesses to follow governance, to follow processes, because that also contributes to the performance of our supply chains?
I tell my team, one key thing that would reduce the costs and improve operation is discipline. When you put in laws, supply chain requires discipline in following the processes, So when we're talking about talent development, one key talent that we need to really focus on is how do we become, again, more responsible. I call it responsible supply chain practitioners.
Yes.
Keeping those. So not just the technical, we have a lot of bypassing rules, all manner of unethical behavior. I think the people that are the service providers in training and certification need to look towards this supply chain discipline and responsible supply chain. And we need to reward it. Who are those that are, providing ethical practice is just key. That's my point of view.
Indeed. So last 2 points, and I want us to start, wrapping up around this topic, because these are in fact, global supply chain is very, very critical to where we are heading up to. And as Africa, as globally within our supply chains, in terms of how we integrate between the bigger global landscape as well. So I think we spoke around, there's an element of partnerships and strategy. I think we touched a bit on partnerships. And what about strategy? Because now we need a proper strategy that aligns to these supply chains that we are building. So if you can just really have a bit of a chat around the strategy. And I want to know what are the women's role in all of this? Because for me, it's a very important subject. I still celebrate women. It's Women's Month in South Africa, but I want women to be the leads as well in these discussions and elevating this into the next level. What should we be doing as women to drive these global supply chains? Because it's very important for us to be part and process of those supply chains and really building the excellence really around it. And before you respond, colleagues, I'm still chatting to Ms. Azuka Okeke from Nigeria, and we are talking around the global supply chains to watch for the future. If you just joined us, we're almost getting to the end of our conversation. So Azuka, if you have some questions, please send them on the chat box, and so that I can ask Gloria to respond. And also, I will really appreciate with some of the speakers, with some of the questions that are coming through after we speak, you can please still respond to some of the chats that are coming through, because I will not be able to address each and every question that is coming my way. Azuka, those 2 questions around strategy and looking at women being crucial in driving these conversations.
So, we talk about supply chain strategy that's, for fit for the future. We know the ones that have been promoted over time, data driven, they need to adopt technology, building people. That's the, what a lot of industries have been pushing as the right strategy. Now, and ever more so as we move to the future, there are some other areas I think are critical. I think a real commitment to fair treatment, equity in supply chain should be key strategy that any company. People are treated fair, both your customers, both your staff, that fair commitment, serious commitment to fair treatment. I think another thing that is very important is the need for stability and transparency in rules and standards. Just that discipline, becomes critical. That you don't wait, you don't be reactive, be more proactive about that. And of course, I like this because I champion it a lot. Investor-friendly attitude, open to collaboration, open to partnership, private sector open to partnering with government open to collaborating with private sector relationship, and investor-friendly attitude within the strategy. For me, those 3 key things should be things that are within our supply chain strategy to be fit for the future. Then you talk about women. I think we talk about it a lot. We're always talking and having these platforms where we're talking about promoting women. I don't see us being promoted that much. So I think for me is have a template to identify talented and women leadership in supply chain. Have that template in the system and be very, I'll say, proactive about it. If you find talented and women that can make changes, they are a huge resource to any industry. We're beginning to see that. So don't wait for it. Don't just hear about it. Have a template in the system and pull women up. So I'm glad, like, forums like this are very important for me. I come, I say, okay, interesting, see the women in supply chain. And I see my sister Kia, my Wakanda sister. So it's exciting. I see Chantal. So a lot of times these kind of platforms are very important for anyone that is looking to identify talent, you know, and then you put that template in place and do something about it. So that for me is key. I think you're on mute.
You know, I said, I like what someone has just said, that Africa needs to own vertical supply chains to bring the value of the finished goods in Africa. And I definitely agree. If we're building these supply chains in Africa as a whole, now we need to own the vertical supply chains so that you are able to bring the value of the finished goods. So yourself out there as procurement specialists, are you ready for that? Now you get to know what the global supply chains are and what to watch out for. So how do you ensure that you help Africa elevate and integrate with other global businesses? Because it's all because of you. Procurement is done by yourself as well. So you need to understand these dynamics and how it helps you do your procurement already going forward. So Azuka, we are wrapping up on this. What are your quick tips around this? I mean, in wrapping up, already we've heard it. So many things around global supply chains. Let's wrap up on this conversation. What are your key tips in terms of us being able to participate within these global supply chains and enabling our businesses, our organizations to be more efficient by instilling some of the advices that you have given us?
Global supply chains for us is number one, hold our governments accountable, be vocal about it, call it out for what it is. If you don't fund it, you can't shape it. If you're depending on aids, you just have to, you know, run with the game. So we must promote and increase public financing for our supply chains. We must improve our local production. It is reshaping what we need and making sure it's fit for purpose. But we also need to be sure that we have an investor-friendly attitude, open to collaboration. Know the best suppliers, understand the system, don't be closed-minded, be open, learn more, understand the global economy, and then you can begin to make those very strategic decisions that will keep you resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Azuka. You had it yourself, colleagues. We have all these global supply chains to watch out for. Let us be resilient. Let us always realize that because of COVID-19, we have to be more agile and resilient as businesses. We have to start looking at local production in Africa if we want it to grow and not have that super dependence on other countries. We need to build those sustainable supply chains. We have to really make sure that we monitor data-driven supply chains are needed, stability, discipline. We need to look at the continental approach in all that we are doing, because it's very important and it's very key in ensuring that we as supply chain professionals, we as businesses as well, are able to elevate Africa into the bigger global space. Thank you again, Azuka. It has been a super, super engaging session. We are definitely going to make traction on AFTA and ensuring that we grow Africa. And I'm looking to see more women being advocates and really driving this excellence in the African space. And yourself, as the male counterparts that are part of this conversation, I want you to also support us in creating sustainability, especially in the logistics industry, where we know that it has been highly male dominated. We need your mentorship, we need your coaching as well. Let's start planting that seed. Azuka, thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Let's move and ensure that localization happens. It must just not be another conversation that we are having, and let's have proper strategies that enable us to be able to operate within these global supply chains. So now, as we move, I'm done with Azuka. We have to move to our next speaker, Miss Chantal Kading. I hope Chantal, I've been seeing her face popping up on the screen. I hope that Chantal is out there and ready to have a discussion with me. And we're talking about our success circles. How do we really redefine them? All right, let me tell you where we are at. Like I said earlier, I'm having these interviews with the speakers, and immediately after the speakers, we have one last conversations, and guess what? We will be starting with our speed coaching sessions. The coaches out there are waiting, and let me tell you, I am challenging them to have 5 minutes coaching sessions, and I hope they are ready. And whilst they are having the 5 minutes, you must be ready with your questions on whichever topic that they are speaking about. And let me tell you what's coming up in terms of the coaching circles. We will be having a discussion in terms of communications with regards to supply chains. We'll be having, talking about demand management as well, from the supply chain perspective, looking at the planning, self-mastery to achieving supply chain excellence as well. We will be having a discussion around leveraging our stakeholder relationships in supply chains for us to be successful. So those speed coaching cycles are coming up, colleagues. So be ready for that. It will be 5 minutes, and we will have 5 to 10 minutes to ask questions. And believe me, you must pump them with as many questions as you can, because they are the coaches. They know their subject lines. So make sure that you look at the topics that we have for our speed coaching circles and be ready with your questions. So Chantal, thank you so much for joining me this morning. It's still the morning, isn't it? Since we started at 9 o'clock. So yes, we are live on LinkedIn, we are live on Zoom, we are live on Facebook as well. So whoever is connecting out there, if you have some questions, please put them on the chat box. And again, I will not be able to ask all the questions, to my speakers, but we will try to respond as much as we can from the chat box. So let me tell you who Chantal is. So she's the founder and the CEO of the People's Shop. I think a lot of supply chain professionals knows who Chantal is. She is a recruiter, let me tell you that. But also, she doesn't just recruit, she's a career and life coach, inspirational speaker, and also a philanthropist. She's, like I said, she's founded the People's Shop. It's a human enhancement firm with a mission to raise corporate and social consciousness by forging and nurturing the raw talent. So she's a registered psychometrics and a certified EQ assessor and facilitator. Very passionate about youth development, as well as driving professionalism and elevating this discipline into the boardroom. And this is exactly where we're heading up to, into the boardroom. So from the philanthropy perspective, she loves giving back and works with various foundations, and her specific motto is around business to nationhood. That is her why. Chantal, welcome, and thank you for joining us for the discussions. Are you ready for this discussion? I want to know, how do we redefine and activate our success circles in personal and professional life? Let me tell you, when you talk about success circles, I always found that when I was in corporate and now being out of corporate, one of the things that was very critical and very instrumental has been the relationships that I built. And part of those relationships, and I always challenge a lot of my mentees and people that I coach. And I say that when you are in corporate, we must always remember there's something called influence and affluence. Those are two different things. And with influence, you have a role in an organization, and that influence allows you to build relationships because people love you for that influence that you have because of the role that you have. But you acquire affluence differently in that the work that you do outside, in terms of how you participate in the industry as well, and it redefines who you are as a human being, because you want, as you move out of corporate going outside, you are not a label, the previous company, that labelling point. Right now I can be labelling point because it's my organization, you understand? But if I was working for someone, and I wouldn't want to be defined by the role that I had. And it's really around building success cycle, because that takes you and elevates you to the next level. And when I look at supply chain, and I'm just creating the context, I'm finding that a lot of supply chain professionals as well, by virtue of them being in procurement and so forth in logistics, making decisions that speaks with money, they are already building these relationships. But now the question goes back, and I always say that, Chantal, at the end of the day, as human beings, as professionals, we need to redefine and activate our success circles in our personal and professional life. What are your thoughts around that? Because, you know, I've shared my experience and how I had elevated and transitioned from corporate into me being an individual person. So the question now, and I want everyone to be able to understand this element of how our success circles are built. What are your thoughts around the inner circles, the success circles that we need to build?
With you. So I think the first thing, well, Mila covered points. The first thing is they say that you are the average of the 5 people you surround yourself with. And that kind of is, I mean, it's an odd number, but it just kind of proves the point, is whoever you are spending the majority of your time with, whoever you are getting thought leadership from, will either kind of, is your people surrounding yourself, are they pulling up your average or you pulling up their average? And that really is about, you know, I think many years ago, I think about the baby boomers, for example, life was about what you know. If you had skills, if you had knowledge, you were secured progression up the career ladder. You were secured opportunities. It was about what you know. That was the currency of the world. And then kind of as we kind of grew and matured, it became about who you know. If you know someone, you can get an opportunity or open doors that way. And I think in the digital age we're living at the moment, I said to so many people, it's about who knows you and what they know about you. And naturally where this kind of successful comes in is saying is, if you were a brand, would you make different career and life choices? The honest answer should be yes. Because if you start seeing yourself as not just as a vocation, you know, how often when we kind of speak to someone about what you or who you are, they tell you what their job title is. But when you start taking yourself back and saying is who am I as a human being and who is my personal brand? And then from there saying if I'm a brand is who is my network, who's my associations? Where do I want to go long term? And from that kind of draw back and saying is what's the next steps I need to take? And who should be on my journey in order to enable that journey? Because we're not islands. So for me, when we talk about success circles, one is yes, you need to have an inner circle because you cannot be an island. It really is about success through other people and being able to drive that success by forming relationships and building onto a career that's got longevity. So that's the first kind of a sort of a point to answer. And I think just kind of taking that inner circle and success circle further, for me, there's also an element taking it because you mentioned about personal and professional.
Yes.
It's around being able to kind of look at what is well-being. It's almost like taking a step back to a life coaching perspective, is we oftentimes spend most of our time in terms of enhancing our professional careers. But as a human being, you have all these elements of a mental element to yourself, a spiritual, emotional, and physical. So for me, your success circle should be including a physical coach, a mindset coach, emotional coach, whether that's for your relationships, wherever you are spending your time, wherever you want to grow your life, it's beyond just your career. And to find a success circle that is not just professionals, but also kind of enhancing the other perks that make you a full holistic human being.
I really love this conversation, Chantal, because it speaks to us as human beings that within all these jobs that we have, we are still human beings. And the reason I think we had this conversation is really, and where you're talking around coaching and the mentorship as well, it really speaks to the pressures that speaks to supply chain. I have always found that supply chain professionals are always under a lot of pressure. And in all of that, they have to take care of themselves from the physical perspective, the mentality, the pressure that also comes with it as well. And it's very crucial as part of what you are saying, you're really saying that, how do you build that support system that helps you grow and go to the next level? But I want to go back to what you were saying, Chantal, around brands. How do you develop a brand? Because I believe, yes, it's very important, you know, to be a brand in your own account. And a brand is you as a person, what you do out there, how you do it as well, because how you represent, it can be the organization or a specific area. I think earlier, if you realize, we spoke a lot around advocacy. And I was saying that I would like to see more supply chain professionals being advocates out there around the profession, in their businesses and also in the industry as well. What is the importance of brand, you know, building your own brand as a professional?
I think it's let's talk about what is personal brand equity. right? Because
Yes.
that's really what we're referring to is what is your personal and professional brand equity? And
Yes.
that really is, it's a combination of your reputation. You know, Maya Angelou said is people will not always remember what you said, but they'll remember how you made them feel. That almost is your brand is almost like that fingerprint that you don't notice on the glass but is left there. That's that feeling people get left by you. If your name is called in a conversation, what is the sentiment around you? That's part of your brand, and that's intangible. But it really is a combination of your character, of your reputation, of what you've delivered. It's your legacy that you create to a point. You know, we've got almost like an authentic value proposition equation that kind of speaks about your brand is your track record, is your capability, which is your knowledge and skills, and that's what people tend to kind of focus, but also your reliability. It's your, you know, over the equation of low cost and low risk. It really is a combination of all these things. It's more than just the work you deliver. It really is your track record, your reliability, your competence. All of these things kind of speak to kind of a brand. And really, I think, you know, something I oftentimes challenge people to do is to kind of Google yourself. If you were to kind of put in your name and surname in Google, how many times do you come up? Not as relevant or as important, but the second part is what comes up. Because for many people, what comes up is your LinkedIn profile, and sometimes there isn't even a LinkedIn profile. And for other people, is the first 2 pages that is represented on Google representative of the brand you want to create. And if there is no brand for a Chantal Kading, for a Lebo Letsoalo, you've got to do some work in order to position yourself in the market. And it's important, kind of part of branding for me is taking another step further in building that brand is to become a content producer, not just a consumer. To become a thought leader, to be part of these kind of communities. And that's where the networking comes in, is being able to be someone who is known for expertise, to be known for support, to build that over your track record that someone can call on you in later times. You know, I think in your career is you want to be able to find a mentor. And as you kind of grow later on, that you give that gift back to someone else and then become a mentor to someone else. So it really is being able to build something that people would be able to want to invest in and want to be called on when there's a need.
I love that, Chantal. Colleagues, how much are you investing in yourself? I'm asking you, are you investing in yourself? Are you building your brand? Have you started building yourself now?
It's an optimization rule label called, well, it's called the optimization rule, the 2x3 optimization rule. And it says if you want to double your output or your outcomes, you've got to triple the investment in your personal and your professional capability. You've got to invest in yourself. It does not start in your organizations. That's the next step on, right? But it starts from you figuring out who are you? What do you want to do with this life, with the talents that you've been given? Is to, in Afrikaans, the word is woeker. The best English version is hustle. You've got to hustle with your talents. And I think as women is we sometimes wait for someone to call on us. And it's really important saying is take the game to the businesses, take the game to where you're needing to go. What is your differential, like someone kind of mentioned, it's your signature. Is take the game to the world and saying is here's who I am, here's how I want to be able to contribute in the world. You know, not just someone who waits for life to happen to me and reacting to it, but being at that creation point and saying is, I want to do the best with my talents and maximize life to the fullest.
Well, I'm looking at the conversations that are coming through, and everyone is saying, yes, personal branding is very, very critical. And I think Busi said that I'm not investing enough in my personal brand. So Busi, we are challenging you today, please. We all said that my personal brand is my everything, it's my signature, it's my differentiator as well. Indeed, it's your differentiator because and I love what you say, it's your brand equity. You know, we talk about equity in monetary terms in so many terms, but that's exactly what personal branding is really about, because people must remember you. Now you're challenging me, now I must start really Googling myself and see what comes out, because in so many times when you're making a difference, when we are out there, which is very critical, people want to know who you are. And one of the things, and I probably Chantal, and I'm going to bring the part that you do from the business perspective, from the recruitment, which is very critical, and I always want supply chain professionals to be aware of, is with regards to recruitment as well, whereby now with recruitment now, especially in the supply chain space, there's always that element of checking who Lebo is, what has she done, which companies has she been part of, as well as part of the process. You probably have experienced that, especially now with the dynamics that we have in the industry as well, that because the brand matters as a person. Then your personal capacity, when person look at who you are, what you have done, is just as important now in terms of you being part of the bigger landscape or a next position or the next role as well, in the industry. So colleagues, there it is, personal brand equity, very, 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 very critical in your life. Your personal and professional equity is very important from the branding perspective. You just can't operate without that. So it takes me back, Chantal spoke around, the physical coach, the mindset coach as well. What you are doing, do you have a coach? Have you got a mentor out there? Have you got a sponsor as well in the business? Because those are the three people that you need in your life: a sponsor, a mentor, and a coach. You need those three people in your life, because sponsors, especially in businesses, in corporates, they are the ones, when you are not there, they will speak on your behalf. And if you are doing well and your brand is good in the business, then people will agree and they can already convince people. But there's also a mentor and a coach, a mentor on the long term and a coach in terms of your technical expertise. How do I do this? What are the tools? Help me do that. You need those three people in really, really building, and they have to be part of your success circles as well. So Chantal, let's talk about networking now. Let's talk about networking as part of building this success circle. These days, obviously, our summits, our conferences are online. I always used to love going to conferences where I used to communicate to people, build discussions, and I get these business cards, and I get home and I start looking at these business cards. Who's this person? Let me just send good chatting to you meeting. Let's connect on LinkedIn, or what do you do? Very important around networking. But now, but also at the same time, I see that people go to conferences, they get the business cards and they throw them away around. How do you utilize, events like those, events like this? How do you utilize LinkedIn to build the networks as part of building your success circle and having this inner circle in your professional life? Maybe you can just give us the tips around that.
I think the first thing for me is that I think it's about having I think it's almost like, I often speak about the me incorporated. The brand of you is the business, it's me incorporated. And if you're taking a marketing and a business owner hat on when you're approaching yourself, it's being able to impress in person, online, and on paper. And like you mentioned, is we're living in a technology age, so everything that's known about you is on the internet. I say to people is, if I were to see your WhatsApp profile, would I want to engage you in a business discussion? Or would I kind of saying is, too much Sunday chill on that, for example. So it's really kind of saying is to be so much more conscious about everywhere that your brand is being utilized, how you're being positioned, and is it being correctly positioned? So I'm talking about in person, and I think it's about strategic positioning yourself and almost that networking point. It's really important not just to consider how you are being perceived within your current role or department, but actually also within your organization. And I think sometimes we oftentimes always look like saying, is the people above me noticing me? But sometimes we forget about the importance of peers. The executive coaching I do, there's a tremendous amount of time that people are well positioned with the executives. That's why they kind of come to me for executive coaching. And, leadership sometimes is an area they've got to develop. But oftentimes they neglect the value of your peers, because your peer might be kind of jumping 2 notches up in their next role, and they want to kind of bring you on board. So never underestimate the power of your peers. So you always be saying is, are you in good rapport and get reputation with your colleagues on the same level as you? Absolutely, like you mentioned, mentors is being able to have a sponsor in your organization, which kind of at the high level conversations is bring your name to the fore and highlighting what you're doing. But kind of in order to do that, you've got to showcase your skill set. Just being average ain't going to cut it. You've got to make sure that you are always standing out by great ideas, by innovations, in order for you to be noticed amongst the masses. The second thing for me is around outside the organizations. We're working so much across, you spoke about localization earlier, but globalization is working across multiple regional kind of geographies. People are wanting to move to foreign countries. So don't underestimate the value of your supplier base and your value chains upstream and downstream, because those become your network. So it's not just another consumer negotiating with another supplier. You never know when that becomes your next employer or your next kind of business engagement. So every conversation is my fingerprint of my brand being represented well in this, that in future, if an opportunity came up, someone would want to consider me as that kind of person. The next one for me is in terms of these kind of forums, like a WISC, like SAPEX, all those kind of organizations we have, is to look at a broader established network. There's so much to be said for professionalization. I mean, again, I've been, show my gray here, 20 years in supply chain, and still I think we don't have the boardroom presence that we've dreamed around for decades. We're not it's not a professionalized industry as much as we'd like it to be. So, but getting involved with these kind of organizations, standing together as a community of women, standing together as a community of supply chain professionals, thinking about Kia, for example, a woman who's championed that organization for a number of years is by able to leading the way, you pave the way for others. But as we stand together as a community, we actually uplift the entire wave by default. So position yourself in your industry organizations is very important. And then creating just these conversations, these accountability groups within your friend circle, within your circle of, or success circle in your company, creating more a base where we keep each other accountable. We create hands-on learning, not just book smarts, because book smarts only take you so far. You want to be able to know people's actual experiences. That's the power of a mentor. That's the power of a coach. We speak about it in like neurolinguistics about powerful pathways or pathways of power. It's someone else may have done it before and know how to do it quicker. Why do you want to take the long way around when you can do the short version? Often people I mentor saying is, I wish you learned what I learned at 40 at 28. Why not? Right? So by having a success circle, by having mentors, and by being able to position yourself in your organizations, you're able to kind of find those shortcuts to elevate and to leapfrog your career in a better way.
Chantal, I think I need that full conversation. I must just sit on the couch and I just listen to you, just getting my mind re-stimulated again and again and again. And I think these are very, very critical, pointers for growth, for development, for repositioning ourselves within our businesses, within our organizations as well. And I want you to really, because we have to get to where we're wrapping up. This conversation is very, very exciting for me, because we're not just talking about supply chain, and really now we're taking the context of the social nature of our environment, how it speaks to us in supply chain, because we can already start pulling all of these levers. And if we're talking about branding, success circles, how you ensure that you are influencing in the organization, how do you influence outside in terms of the industry as a whole? You brought some key specific items here around personal brand equity. You spoke around Me Incorporated. That one, I like it, Me Incorporated. Online, on paper, or in person as well. Did you get that, colleagues? Online, on paper, and in person as well. That's Me Incorporated. That's what we need to be building. And mentorship and coaching, which is very crucial, and ensuring that you have a sponsor as well. And what is very important is really saying that we are on the upstream and the downstream. So globalization in terms of our network base is very, very critical. And it's exactly one of the things that we've been trying to push from WISC. I think we said that from the Africa perspective, how do we bring all these supply chain professionals together, from the youth, from the professionals, from the students, from the entrepreneurs as well, to make sure that we have that integrated approach around that. And repositioning yourself, colleagues, it's all about building the investment around you and building the success cycles. I want to know from your side, as part of wrapping up, Chantal, there's two people that I have here. In fact, three people: the youth, a professional, and a business person. How do they build? Just give them a few tips. How do they build the success cycle? If you say that, go out there, start doing immediately, because everyone is saying, listen, I want to start investing in myself. If I'm a professional, what do I start with? If I'm in business, what do I start with? If I'm that young one that's still going into supply chain, I want to understand, but also I want to be involved as well. How do I start building that success cycle, because it's very important for them to be part of the process, because they are growing. They also want to learn around supply chain management and also learning from the experts around. What are the quick tips for those three individuals?
So let's kind of start with the youth, right? I think in your kind of sort of young part of your career is your biggest job is to learn, to acquire as much knowledge as you can. If you do not have a daily practice of 30 minutes of reading, that's the biggest takeaway I want the youth to take, is every single day spend 30 minutes reading something, whether that's for personal development, personal growth, something in your field of specialization, your technical knowledge. 30 minutes of reading every single day, non-negotiable. And then from there, so knowledge acquiring is really important. And then to kind of start is get involved in organizations. So speak to your peers, get involved in organizations like WISC, like SAPEX, other organizations, which actually allows you to be part of a community where you can start getting people to know you, where you can learn. So knowledge acquisition is your first priority as a young person. And the biggest thing is business ethics. I find there are so many people at the young age who don't know how to kind of communicate within organizations, figure out political agility, organizational agility, and politics is incredibly important, right? Is don't take those missteps. You've got great knowledge, but learn from others. For the professionals, I think my perspective there is your biggest thing I would say as professional is probably to walk towards, I'd say, expertise and management. And I kind of separate the two because I think there's such a drive wrongly that in order to grow the career jungle gym, you need to kind of move into management. But if you want to be a specialist, and that's what you want to do in your life and become an expert, be that, right? So work towards being an expert or towards leadership. And really that second phase for me is around soft skills. And that's where, like things like executive coaching comes in. It's not about the book smarts, right? It's about the soft skills. It's about things like networking, influencing, getting buy-in, solution generation, getting success through people, but not just through your own kind of skill set. The soft skills development is really critical. And there kind of is, you want to make sure that you've got a lot more sponsors and you're starting to generate some knowledge or generate content, not just kind of consuming it. And then for the kind of professionals or kind of the business owners, I think there again is to find yourself people who are, who can pull up your average. And I think in that kind of perspective is find people who are great at things that you want to be great at. If you're not great at finance, but you're running a business, is find yourself an expert in finance. If you're not great at marketing, find the marketing expert. I think I've been, touch wood, incredibly blessed for 16 years to have a business. And there's a couple of key things you need in order to start a business, but you don't have to do all of it. Who can you kind of outsource to? So marketing, finance expertise is really critical. Own your space in terms of your specialization, but then kind of that's really where that networking comes in, is who can you draw on? I think for me, it's almost like a daily practice is to connect with people that you've known before and just having those conversations. It's not always about trying to get business, but again, expanding your network, bring more awareness to who you are. There really is about building that brand so people will be able to call on you, because I think business is not about, we don't buy business, we buy people. Again, back to your personal brand. Elevate your brand, build your business around that, but always be conscious is that everything you do is leaving a legacy of who you are as a person. And I think the last thing for me, maybe I think as a business person, is I think something which has held me in good stead. It's not just about creating affluence. It probably is a lot more about influence, in the sense of one of our basic human needs is to contribute and grow. If you are at any point in your life and career making the effort to grow yourself as a human being and then contribute to humanity in some way, shape, or form, and it doesn't have to be large, right? It's your community. It's wherever you're making an impact. If you're doing those two things, whatever you do, I believe will be blessed.
Wow, that is an eye-opener, Chantal. I think there's a lot of takeouts in terms of this discussion, and I can see everyone is really excited about your tips around reading, around taking care of themselves in terms of really ensuring that they get mentors, coaches, and so forth. And it's very, very critical for everyone's upbringing, irrespective of where we are at. So my last question to yourself. Now let's talk about women. Yeah. I read a book called Nice Girls Don't Get Corner Offices. Okay. It's by Louis Frankel. It's a very exciting book, and it talks about us as women who sits by the corner and we want to be nice in the boardroom, And I always think around discussions that we have when we negotiate in procurement, or when you're in a boardroom, or some of us when you sit, in boards, sitting in boards as well as a woman. Because remember, now we're getting more women in supply chain now to get to that strategic lever as well. And what is the tip for women in supply chain? Because I've been told I'm aggressive in negotiations. But the same thing said by someone else, it's different. What is the tip for women in supply chain?
Number one is when I do coaching with people, I always get a journal. And the back of the journal, there's words we're allowed to have and words removed from our vocabulary. And as women, remove the word aggressive out of your vocabulary. It does no longer exist. You are assertive, you are powerful, and you have a huge amount of value to add, is my first number one. If you take nothing else, that's the most important one. The second part is to own your space and own your personal power. We are made in the glory of divinity, and we are spectacular. I think it's the most exciting time to be a woman in the world, because we are an untapped resource for many organizations. But if we keep apologizing for who we are and waiting for life to give us an opportunity, you need to be clear. And it's not about demanding, right? It's about being clear about what you want for your life. Being clear, being committed, being resolved about where you're wanting to end up and taking the steps to get there. And it's not about expecting someone else to move out the way for you. It's about making your way. I've said to people is that life is not about finding yourself. It's about crafting and creating yourself. So design the life you're wanting to have and unapologetically strive for that in every single action you take.
Wow, that is mindful. Chantal, thank you so much. I could have this conversation the whole day, like I said. I think we need to have another conversation, another coaching circles with more women, more closed as a dialogue, and I will take you on that. Because we really need this as part of our growth in terms of our development as well, and ensuring that we grow. Colleagues, remember, we need to build our personal brand equity. You heard it from Chantal. Chantal, thank you so much for sharing such insightful information, very crucial for our growth, because internally we have to be at a level where we are balanced to be able to move professionally and being balanced in our professional lives and also in our businesses. Colleagues, thank you so much. Let's always remember that we need everyone to support us. We're not working in isolation. We're not operating on our own in everything, in all the spheres that we are in, as a youth, as a woman, as a professional in supply chain, as a business person in the supply chain environment, in transport sector. You are not alone. There's networks. You need to build your inner circle for yourself to be successful. Chantal, thank you so much for being part of this platform. We really enjoyed the session. And I would like to move to our last panel session for the day before we even get to the coaching. Because that one, I hope the coaches are ready for their 5-minute coaching circles. So colleagues, we will be talking about Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Can you believe a lot of people in supply chain have asked me what AFTA is about? And I always said to a lot of professionals that we are the enablers of AFTA as supply chain professionals. So there's a video that I want to play, in fact, with regards to AFTA. Let me show you I want to share some few statistics here in terms of after before I introduce Sandile, but there's a video that I want to play so that everyone understands what AFTA is about and what we aim to achieve as part of the process. So whilst we are doing that, I would like to have Sandile and Mr. Elwood Harris to make sure that they are ready to join me as part of the platform.
Since 2019, the ECA has been working with its partners, the African Union Commission, the International Trade Center, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on a project financially supported by the European Union to support AFCFTA implementation across Africa. So what is the AFCFTA? Africa currently consists of 55 fragmented markets that are also amongst the fastest growing economies in the world. Yet trade within the continent is the lowest globally, Africa does more trade with those outside its continental borders than with its neighbors. But this is about to change. An agreement on the African Continental Free Trade Area was signed in March 2018 and is expected to increase the share of intra-African trade by up to 50% between 2020 and 2040, liberalize services, and tackle other barriers to intra-African trade. So what are the tangible benefits? When fully operational, the AFCFTA will bring together 1.2 billion people with a combined gross domestic product of more than $3 trillion, representing the biggest trade deal since the formation of the WTO, covering not only trading goods, services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. The agreement is expected to benefit small and medium-sized businesses, which are responsible for more than 80% of Africa's employment and 50% of its GDP. ECA has been working with its partners to support and prepare countries for putting the agreement into practice. This means setting up platforms for dialogue and national regional events for discussion on the AFCFTA, supporting the African Union member states in developing national strategies to ensure countries can implement the AFCFTA considering the characteristics of their own markets, developing an AFCFTA Country Business Index, which will monitor and evaluate the implementation of the agreement for business. In addition to business, also mitigating the challenges, like ensuring the gender and youth-sensitive implementation of the AFCFTA, as well as mobilizing financial resources for implementation. The AFCFTA is an African solution for supporting industrial development, creating new business opportunities, generating jobs, and reducing poverty.
All right. Then, like I said, we are talking about the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And we're going to be discussing much as what does it mean and what does it mean for us in Africa and what does it mean for supply chain professionals out there. And in terms of this conversation, I will be joined by Mr. Alvin Harris and Mr. Sandile Koza. There they are. So our topic, where's Alvin? Alvin, I saw you earlier, now you have disappeared. All right, please unmute, Alvin.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Okay, so let me tell you about Alvin, let me tell you about Sandile. Like I said, colleagues, we'll be talking about Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And I hope you are ready for that. Today, I brought the real logisticians. I call them the real logisticians from my side. The question is, with AFTA as a game changer for supply chain, what AFTA holds for logistics businesses, for women and youth? I think we've been talking so much around localization, building Africa, building the networks, and how Africa should be looking at that. How do we ensure that we build this journey towards ensuring that we build Africa as a whole? So colleagues, let me introduce you who Alvin is, and then I will introduce Sandile. Alvin has been working in the transport sector since 1995. I think that's one of the reasons I'm calling him a logistician. Both of them with Sandile, both from the government and macro transport system perspective. So he's worked for the Department of Transport, which obviously set our regulations from the transport perspective. He's worked on the integrated freight transport strategies and also ensured that from his side, he worked on business development as well at the CIR. So he worked with DPI as well, with the Department of Public Enterprises as the Chief Director for Transport Enterprises, and has moved to Transnet, and I think that's where he is at this point in time. Worked on the policy, the structuring, the strategy, the restructuring development of the freight transport sector, where amongst everything that he has co-authored the Moving Africa, the Action Agenda Commercial Part Policy, which looks at the National Post Act, the Oversight Committee of the Restructuring of the State-Owned Enterprises. So it's really around freight, the entire transport network system Mr. Harris is joining us in that regard, and understanding also his part of his experience is within the rail industry, where he is accountable for strategy, capacity planning, and supply chain in the TFR's container and automotive business unit. Elvin, thank you for joining us this morning. And our next speaker is Mr. Sandile Khoza, who is working for Access World. So he's a general manager from the ops perspective at Access World. I know that Sandile as well is a National Council member of SILSA, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport South Africa, who is leading and championing the next generation for South Africa within the institution. And you know who the next generation is? It's our youth. So Sandile is very instrumental around that and ensuring that youth understand the logistics sector and they are participating. And we're ensuring that we are equipping them with the skills and the capacity that they need to succeed as well. So he's a committee member for the Road Freight Chamber and also a member of the Institute of Directors in South Africa. So both colleagues, and one of the things that I didn't say about Elvin is also the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in South Africa. So he has been in this role for a while already, and ensuring that there is leads in terms of conversation, training and developments as well around logistics in South Africa. So colleagues, gentlemen, thank you again. For joining me. We are talking after now. We said that after, as it is a game changer for ourselves in Africa. Maybe briefly from your side, if you can just share with us what after is about. And in fact, before you even do that, there's one beautiful slide that I had, and I also wanted to share and just show you the numbers around Africa and the resources. Then that will help us really lead with this conversation. Can we have a look at this slide? Because it's really around after. It's around the commodities. It's around look at the population as well, going forward. And I want you to look at this. And everyone is observing this. I want you to look at the if you put this on slideshow, it should be able to show us the screen in terms of the numbers, in terms of what the population is going to be looking like in Africa. So let's look at this one. Can you look at the next one in terms of the resources? We are talking about the resources of Africa as a whole. This is a very good slide to look at. If you're talking about industrialization, we're talking about us building Africa as a whole. Let's now look at map of Africa's resources. I say that Africa is a key territory in the global map, rich in oil, natural resources, and it's got a strategic position. And Africa is the world's fastest growing region for foreign direct investment. And we still have approximately 30% of the Earth's remaining mineral resources. And those are the resources that we are talking about, colleagues. If you look at these resources, we're talking about gold. This is Africa as a whole, colleagues, by the way, when we're talking about industrialization, from gold, uranium, oil, crude oil, petroleum, and natural coffee, gold. I love the coffee one because, with the Suez Canal, there was an element of where we can get coffee from the Africa perspective. So you can see coffee as well. And you can already look at this in Africa as a whole, that it holds such a strategic position in terms of the globe. It holds such a strategic position. So I want you to keep this in your mind, the resources that we have, and after as a whole, how do we enable and how do we tap into this? And how do we ensure that logistics becomes an enabler in achieving all of this? And what does it mean for us in terms of the profession in logistics? What does it mean, for youth? What does it mean also for women, for business, for professionals in supply chain as well? So let's have that conversation, gentlemen. I hope you're ready and you've got your numbers and you know exactly where you're heading up to. All right, so let's talk about after. Where are we in terms of after? Where are we in terms of our country as well? What is after? Maybe let's just indulge the colleagues so that they understand what Africa Free Continental Trade Area is. Maybe let's start with yourself, Elvin, around that. What is Africa Free Continental Trade Area? at a high level, because I want everyone to understand that what is it exactly. I've been asked so many questions. I've been talking about it, like, what does it mean for me? What does it mean for me as a business person, as youth? What is it, Elvin?
Good. Is it still morning now? Have we gone into still just morning? Good morning, Lebu, and everybody listening in. I want to thank you just at the end there for bringing in that I also serve as the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, together with my colleague Sandile, who's on the board there, and who's the chair of our next generation chapter of SILSA. And it's actually my participation here is as president of SILSA and not as a representative of TFR or Transnet, although that is obviously part of my experience and that I can bring to share maybe. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is it's essentially just a trade agreement between the nations of the African continent. We have the SADC trade agreement. There's many regional trade agreements that we've had across the continent. You have the European Union. You've got the North American Free Trade Agreement. So the African Free Trade Agreement or the Free Trade Area is just one of those exactly that. It's a trade agreement among the countries of Africa that says, speaking to the presentation that you started with, that Africa and the regions of Africa and individual countries of Africa, or with countries outside of Africa and other economic blocs and regions outside of Africa than we do with each other. And so, therefore, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is exactly that. It's designed to bring about the terms and conditions for Africans to trade with each other more better. And it is a program that's been adopted at the African Union. It's one of the other programs that combines, there's a whole series of programs and initiatives that is driven at the African Union level, signed off at the National Assembly, agreed by the heads of states. The other ones would include the AU Agenda 2063, the Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa, AIDA, the Africa Mining Vision, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. So all of these collectively are a series of interventions by the African Union, the heads of state and the leadership, to really look at positioning Africa, change the course of Africa from what it was, where we are, and where we need to go. Very briefly. Maybe one last point. It's also based on the model like Agenda 2063. It's based on successful models in China, in the EU, in Asia, is long-term planning frameworks where there's collaboration between nations to achieve prosperity for a region or a bloc. Those are models that's worked very well across the world. And it's something that our leadership has said, yes, it's time that Africa goes the same way.
Okay, thank you for that, Alvin. And clearly, after represent massive economic opportunities for African countries, and potentially should lift the communities in terms of taking them out of extreme poverty, but also it looks at industrialization and looking at the key commodities, looking at the key resources that we have as a business. Now, let's now take after and just bring it closer to home in supply chain. Maybe what are your thoughts, Sandile, around logistics as a game changer for after? Because all of these things we're talking about intra-trade within countries. And I think everyone that has logged in from various African countries, we have Nigeria, we have Zambia, we have Kenya, we have Ethiopia, and so forth, they're already part of this process. The question is, all of us from the African countries' perspective, what, after as a game changer, what does it really mean for us from the supply chain perspective, but also we can also dive into logistics.
Hi, Lebo, am I audible enough?
Definitely you are.
Thank you, Lebo, and thank you to the participants, and thank you to my president sharing the platform together. Yeah, Lebo, thank you for this opportunity. I think we need to look at after in a bigger context, not narrow it down so that when we talk about it being a game changer, we can really understand. If you look at the member state that have signed up, in the latest stats, they're saying we're looking at about 3.4 USD trillion. So, and that's about 1.2 billion people that are in Africa. So if we look at it from a bigger scale, comparing to the other continents, this could potentially, and we are looking at that it's going to be the largest trading bloc in the world. If you look at the member states that have signed up, and also just look at the objectives of AfCFTA is just to create that single continent wide market for goods and services, to promote more movement of capital and goods in Africa. So then now we can then move and ask this Africa free trade as a game changer. We've already unpacked that, you know what, this trading bloc has got so much to offer. One thing that I like, Lebo, is that we are not talking about aiding South Africa, which has been there and the topic for the past couple of years. We are now talking about Africa trading, which is more of an empowerment tool for Africa. Africa, if you look at Africa on its own, we've actually traded more with other countries than we've traded with ourselves. The numbers are there. We've traded more with the other countries historically. So this after now what it's bringing is that let us trade amongst ourselves. The trading that has been going out of Africa, let it rotate amongst Africa. So as it rotates among Africa, obviously there will be a increase in export. I read the latest article by Freight News that they estimate that the increase could be up to $9 billion within Africa once we get to where all the member states have signed in. So which is a good thing. It's a game changer for us as a country. And if that happens, Lebo, the increase of volume of cargo that is being traded will obviously increase. Those volumes require to move from point A to point B. They need to be, they need to move from point A to point B. They need to be managed. So, and that can only benefit the people of Africa. So, and that's why we are saying it's a game changer. And there's so much rallying behind for other member states to sign in and join in and become part of this agreement, which is very big and it's very exciting for a lot of countries.
All right. So I love what you're saying, that, you know, let's not just really narrow it down. But you know, I always look at you know, and like going back to my question when I said, you know, it being a game changer, It means that it will be transforming logistics. And as it transforms logistics, are we ready for that? Because it's one of the elements that we have to start looking at, that if intra-trade has to happen, there's a certain movement, like you said, that needs to happen. And there's certain infrastructure that is needed as well from the Africa perspective. There's finance, there's funding that is needed so that we can build this infrastructure. But there's also an element of the skills that are needed across Africa as a whole. Are we ready for after? Maybe Elvin, if you can just chip onto that.
Yeah, I think we better get ready, Lebo, because it's coming. It's coming. We've had COVID over the last 18 months. It's going to be 2 years, maybe 2.5 years for many other member states across the continent. For some, it might even be 3 years or so at the rate the vaccines are going and so on.
Yes.
But overall, that we're going to get over at some point. And the governments and certainly with the recovery plans and accelerating other certain kinds of things, I think there's going to be a big drive from governments and regional bodies and the continental body at the EU level to really get back on track with that infrastructure development program for Africa and for development in Africa is massively important. And I think as soon as they're going to start accelerating those projects and accelerating funding thereof. So at the skills level and as logistics professionals, not only in South Africa, across the continent, it will only serve us well if we invest in the technical training, in our professional upgrading. Your previous speaker about coaching and mentoring and all of that, we do have to prepare ourselves. I don't think enough of us are as ready and as prepared as we should be. You know how things have tended to happen in Africa and the region, stop, start, and so on. But I think the impetus coming out of COVID is really going to accelerate. And I think the better prepared and the more ready we make ourselves, the better we're going to be to participate on the planning side of what the infrastructure need to look like, where must the key nodal points be, what kind of infrastructure should we put in place, and then as logisticians and practitioners to actually manage, as Sandile was saying, the flow of the traffic, the goods and people, once that infrastructure is in place. I think we're going to have to be ready for that.
All right, but I want to know, what does this mean for logistics businesses? I think if anyone being in logistics, in any mode of transport, in clearing and forwarding already, road freight already, you're already thinking about growing within the cross-border networks. What does after mean for them? Because we're always thinking of growth, we're always thinking of how we start becoming part and parcel of the business opportunities on both the upstream and the downstream. What does it mean for logistics business? I think that's the first question. But also, what does it mean for manufacturers? And if you're a manufacturer out there, and I tapped onto an element of beneficiation. What I said earlier was that the biggest challenge that we have as Africa, we do not beneficiate enough in terms of our commodities. And if we now start looking at growing our GDP consolidated as Africa, we need to start looking at beneficiation. So those are the two questions. One is around what does it mean for businesses in terms of preparedness, in really looking at future businesses and how they can already tap into those markets. But the second part as well is around the overall consolidation as well from the business and also from the manufacturers and beneficiation perspective. Sandile, if you can just tap onto one of those questions.
Yeah, thanks, Lebo. I think for Africa, this is the greatest opportunity for us. You're talking about the beneficiation. If you look at most of the commodities that we export, we are the hub of those, the likes of copper concentrate, and many more, which comes back as finished goods. So we need to now and rethink this concept and say, all right, this thing is mined and it comes from Africa, it goes wherever it needs to go, it gets processed and comes back. But can we not have manufacturing firms where we will actually benefit and take whatever that we've mined, all those commodities, to the next level without having to take it to maybe make an example to China or to Europe, for it to come back as finished goods. So if we start thinking like that, that will also now create another platform in terms of manufacturing to say, okay, now, because it's not to say we do not have skills. It's not to say we do not have infrastructure. We do. We just need to maybe make informed decision and understand that this is not a short-term decision, and it's not something that can be done overnight. But the nice thing and our benefit is that these commodities that we are exporting, they are coming from here. They are coming from Africa. The only thing that we are not doing is just to add value and let it become a finished good.
Okay.
I can add 1 or 2 points there, maybe.
Okay.
Just quickly. I mean, I think, look, the growth potential is going to be massive, you know, and again, as we've seen since the EU got set up, the level of trade has increased. ASEAN nations, everywhere you see over the years, you see tremendous growth, which means that companies are going to have their economies grow, more products got to move. That means businesses in the transport, logistics, supply chain environment have got to be ready to serve that growth. And whether they, you know, there's opportunities to establish joint ventures with other firms across the region. The Africa Bank, the African Development Bank, in its proposals on the rollout of the infrastructure plans, they speak a lot about clustering and hub and spoke systems for the manufacturing side to make manufacturing more efficient. But that also means that you can build nice supply chain concepts around that. Concepts like the way the Airbus A380 was built in Europe, for instance, was designed around key manufacturing hubs located across the EU that required specialized type of logistics solutions to actually enable the manufacturing and final assembly and execution of such a massive engineering project. Those are the types of opportunities that can come our way. One of the projects that as South Africa we have responsibility for under the AU is the rail rolling stock, setting up the rail rolling stock manufacturing hub. So again, how those types of projects might play out and the type of logistics is going to be quite important. One key thing I think for business that might retard the ability of business to actually get up to speed and increase growth on the business side is whether or not the tariff regimes across the states and certain other rules and business rules are obviously softened to enable the kind of growth. We know anybody that's trading across it knows the challenges with, you know, getting some simple things across 3-4 states at times. And so those are the things that might slow down the ability of the logistics business sector to grow.
Yeah, I always look at all these treaties that we sign from the Africa perspective, and you already spoken around them. And so I always say that how is after one of those that we've been signing off treaties and not executing because we have start-stop regime in some of our initiatives in Africa. So it's in the back of my mind, I'm really thinking around what we've signed off from the SADC perspective, from all of these treaties, look at NEPAD and so forth, that we need to really make sure that after happens for Africa, if we really now wants to see ourselves not having the bigger reliance in other countries. So I'm going to look at the chats. Some of the chats that are coming through, someone is saying that I think AFTA is inevitable as globalization is the order of the day. Like Elvin is pointing out, our approach should be towards working and making it ready for us in Africa. And then there is another comment here around, we need to start believing that we can sustain Africa and using African resources. We have to have a mindset of positively impacting and growing the fellow Africans using our current skill set. And I think there was another question that speaks to the around countries, in the countries that we find ourselves, there's an issue of we could deal with, we can have a smooth trade export amongst all African countries only if we could copy and deal with these major challenges that are at hand. And some of the challenges that has been flagged there, I'm trying to scroll. There's challenges here. It's, sorry, colleagues, I don't know if you can see that comment. I'm struggling to scroll this. There's a couple of challenges that has been indicated that we need to really overcome if we really want to make AFTA sustainable, and making sure, terrorism, conflict, border closures, and immigrations. And that's what those are the major challenges that has been indicated that they are at hand. If we really want to make AFTA successful, we have to start dealing with such terrorism, conflict, border closures, and immigrations as well in terms of Africa. Very, very interesting coming from the professionals and some of the people that are joining us in terms of the session. And the last comment is around one of the things to consider, especially with regards to AFTA, is to begin to foster trust amongst countries. Very important, trust amongst the countries. So let's go back now to that element. It's various countries that have signed to this treaty, and this comment around the trust is very, very critical. And that trust happens across all these African countries. Do we have that trust? Firstly. Second thing, with us being logistics professionals today, if we were to give advice to the African governments, to the EU, what would that advice be? Like you already said, we have the skills, we have the resources as Africa, and we want to start converting those. We want to start building Africa as a whole. What will be your advice right now, from the EU perspective, in ensuring that we make this a reality? Because out of all of this, we have to now network, have to create some logistics network designs around it, think around that. We have to now start building some manufacturers in Africa. That's what we need to start doing, remember that. But it all comes from the drive, from the policies, from frameworks. So the question is, if we were really have to advise at the EU level, Sandile, what will it really be?
Thanks, Lebo. This concept of AFTA, it's a concept that is very good in paper. It's very, very valuable. But government cannot, or member of states that have signed this agreement, if they really need to make it work, or if we all want to make it work, we cannot leave the private sector behind. We cannot leave the private sector behind, because the private sector comes with the skill set, they come with investment, they come with what the end goal is envisaged by government. So there needs to be some sort of collaboration or a focal point where government is talking about all these policies. For an example, the agreement between the AFTA and the UNDP states that they want to take at least 100 million people out of poverty by 2035 through these agreements, if they work well. But you cannot do that alone. You need the private sector, you need the logistics, you need the supply chain, you need all those people to be part and parcel of this transaction. Otherwise, it remains just it remains just a concept in paper. And I like it when Honorable Secretarian for after when he says he does acknowledge that we cannot neglect the what the private sector can bring into the after in a bigger scheme. So yeah, so the private sector will play a very, very critical role in many ways, in many ways. So government cannot leave them out.
All right, awesome, you heard it. So I want to know, what does it mean for a young one out there, for youth in supply chain, in logistics, in transport, in any mode, in procurement? What does this mean? What advice? Because if I look at after, realizing the benefits of after may also be a bit medium to long term. Because right now we have policy, we have to set a foundation properly. But we would like to see youth participating within the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Sandile, I know you're so keen to getting more youth to participate and ensuring that those are our next generation. This next generation, we want to see it now participating in this global logistics landscape, but at the same time, we want to see after really making a difference and having that inclusivity for the youth in the industry, in this professional of supply chain. What is your advice? What does it really mean for them in terms of their careers and also in terms of them really setting a foundation in the industry?
Thanks, Lebo. I think youth and also women as well, we really need to understand this after concept and what is the long-term goal of it, and what potentially are opportunities that are coming up with it once it gets to where it's supposed to get. Honorable Wangele also acknowledges that if we do not involve the youth and if we do not involve women, this Africa trade is not going to be successful. So the positioning now is to look at, now here is after member states have signed, we are now trading more. Amongst the member states in Africa. That comes with a lot of opportunities, and we need, as youth, we need to create some of those opportunities. Those opportunities could be industry-related opportunities. We need to create those opportunities and make sure that we tap into those opportunities and plug those holes. No one else will plug them other than us who are industry leaders, but we're not going to plug them without understanding what exactly government is trying to achieve. So that's basically, that's my understanding. And even coming up with a lot of initiatives that would enhance this after to move from one level to the next. We as youth, or the youth that is out there, they need to understand where the after is going and how as professionals can tap into it. We're going to be talking about the increase in productivity as we trade amongst ourselves. That productivity, that's manufacturing. Goods will be moved from point A to point B. We as professionals need to take that space. We need to occupy that space. We need to be the one, and the woman needs to be the one that is leading in that space. And the member states, I'll talk maybe for South Africa, there is some drive to support these initiatives. It's just for us, and it's just for the youth to avail themselves and look out there for these opportunities. And it's not a quick fix. It's not something that you want to get involved in today and get the results tomorrow. You're going to have to work with it. They're talking about 2035, 2063. So it's something that you're going to have to work with. But the understanding is very, very important level.
Yes. All right. Well, you touched a bit around the element of women, but because it's still Women's Month, I still want to know what does after holds for women, because for me, it's I can take charge in that to really say that we're speaking to women as well, And what does after? Because I know that one of the drive and one of the objectives is being able to get women participating, either from professional perspective, but also from the business perspective. So Alvin, what does it mean for women? I want to expand more onto it.
Yeah, you know, Agenda 2063 has 7 key aspirations, and aspiration 6, I think we always talk about the political aspirations and the peace and governance and all those things, economic integration. Those are the important things that drives this, the whole development of Africa.
Yes.
Aspiration 6 is very clear and specific. And Africa, whose development is driven, is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially women and youth. That is aspiration 6 of the Agenda 2063 program. So there's a recognition at that level that women and youth upliftment, you know, whether we know the continent is a very patriarchal continent. And so the emphasis and focus to bring women and youth more into the picture, into the mainstream of the economy is key. What I would add to what Sandile said is that in as much as the nice ideas are on paper and at the high levels in policy documents and frameworks and all of those things, I think it's up to us as the logistics and supply chain industry, working in cooperation with the industry customers that we serve, those that owns the cargo and moves and buys and sells the cargo, that we work with those people to determine what their future needs will be and determine programs for how we build pipeline of training and professionalizing of women and young people into this space. You know, 20 years from now, a logistician and a logistics professional should be as common as an accountant or a teacher or a nurse. And it's up to us in our space as leaders in our environments to see that vision and build the programs and work with the stakeholders to actually provide a training, education, get them early in high school and make them aware of the potential of wonderful career opportunities in this space to bring more young girls and women that is already in practice or wanting to start a business, bring young girls as girls to become the women, but also, of course, young men. And because we have to take the view from all that we see ahead of us, the glass is half full, and we have to take it upon ourselves to fill that glass up. But we've got to get the pipeline sorted, and we must put the programs together.
All right.
Lebo, I just wanted to come in there from what Elvin was saying in terms of where does this leave women in this industry with this Africa free trade. I think also as people that are already or as professionals, we need to make a very informed and an intentional decision and acknowledge that the space cannot be occupied by only male. That we need to make it known. I think we have, for a very long time, it has been received as if the space that, or the industry that we are in, it has to be a male-dominated, which is not the case. And we have, like us, the likes of SILS, we have advocated and brought people that are so successful in this industry, and we are bringing them in the forefront, so successful, and they're women. Some of them are leading global organizations, some of them are business people, and we are bringing them in the forefront so that the people that are coming behind, they can see that, you know what, it is actually a space that we can dominate as well as women. So I think that's a very important thing for us to do collectively as logisticians, to say, you know what, let's open up. Let's forget about this old way of thinking. Actually, women are doing much better. If you look at it, the think point, they're doing extremely well. So the narrative needs to change and welcome women and push them forward and be intentional about it. And lastly, have these women who are successful be accessible role models to the kids or to the learners that are entering this space. So one thing that has been a problem is that I'll go back a little bit slightly, but is the accessibility of role models. Yes. If you don't, gone are the days where your role model is someone that needs to be on TV. You need someone I need to relate to. Lebo needs to be in this industry, and this is how I'm going to grow. This is how she's going to take me from one level to the next.
Yes. I like it. Well, I want you to now start thinking, because I want us to wrap up. I think our agenda in terms of after is long-term, medium to long-term, but right now we're already planting the seed. So I want you to start thinking around wrapping up in terms of the quick tips, both for professionals, for youth, and then also for women, for industry, and also what are the things that we need to start the thought process around it. And then as we are thinking around those high-level tips, I just want to check some few notes and comments that were coming through. I think there was a question from Edith saying that the main reason for trading more out of Africa is the gain from exchange rates. So the question is, how are we planning to change this mindset? So that's the question from Edith. And then there's also a comment already from the Tutuzeli saying that one of the critical success factors will be continent-reliant funding models. So it's very important that we start looking at our funding models, that we need to strengthen African development funding. And what he's saying that as long as each state pursues independence, we will continue to be reliant on funding from foreign countries. And we have seen that for an example, countries like China, they're getting more funding into Africa countries. Hence, they are always leading on some of the countries that we know currently from the projects, from the initiatives. That means localization doesn't happen. And then we just need to strengthen our African funding institutions and start consolidating resources. Then only then will frameworks such as After Flourish. That one is just a comment. And the other one was around as policymakers, it's very significant that we have a look at how we are doing things. Globalization, I think I spoke around it. So the most part, I think the main question really is around our gain from the exchange rates. And the question is, how are we planning to change that mindset? And as we do that, as you respond, colleagues, I want you to also have your last minute thoughts. What is it in terms of closing up your side of the conversation? Thank you. All right, I don't know who's going to go first.
Who's going to go first?
Go for it, President.
No, that's fine. I think, unfortunately, on the subject of the impact on the exchange rate and why it's a major contributor to individual countries rather trading out of Africa than internally. Unfortunately, I don't have enough depth of knowledge to actually give a kind of response that says I think it's this. But it is one of the issues that we do need to make intra-trading or inter-trading across the continent easier in terms of, again, whether at some point we move to a single currency like the EU currency market or so on, to assist to make it easier to trade with one another. That might be something. But as a final parting shot, if we look back at the last 100 years since the last pandemic of 1918, just before that we had World War I, we had World War II, we had the Vietnam War, we had the Cold War, we've had the year 2000. I think the world has gone through so many shocks and massive upsets over the last 100 years. And yet, if we look at the phenomenal growth that the world has actually achieved, this has been the world is in its most prosperous, best place that we've ever been, as much as there's still a lot of poverty around the world, including across Africa. There's less poverty now than there's ever been. So we're going to get out of this and beyond this, and the next 50 years is going to be massively exciting for the development of the world. New changes are going to come in partially as a result of the pandemic that we've just gone through. And if Africa gets the trick right this time, or at least halfway right, then life is going to be indeed very exciting for everybody on the continent. And whether you're in supply chain or logistics, or you in IT, or you in finance, or you in manufacturing, or you in tourism, it's just, the future is good for every one of us, even though at the moment life seems to be a bit dark. Thanks, Lebo.
Thank you, Alvin. Sandile?
Thanks, Lebo. Thanks, Alvin. Lebo, just in closing on my side, we acknowledge that there's definitely some opportunities that could potentially come with this agreement. We just need to tap into it. The reduction of tariffs for those member states. So those are some of the things that can be tapped into. Obviously, as this intertrading between the member states increase, a lot of business opportunities, small to medium enterprise over the next few years will come, which will require women and the youth to be actively involved. Where does that leave us then with that? The parting point for me, which is very, very, very important, is that we need to continuously create coaching, training, mentoring, business advisory, and initiatives for women and youth, so that this information, like what you've done today, is available. Because some people, or some of the participants, or some professionals don't really have the depth of such knowledge. So the likes of Single Point, we would really encourage them to come out more often and offer this type of services, which could be in coaching, and attract youth, attract women to the platform. That's the only way that we can reach the goal, because if we don't have knowledge, we will not achieve what we want to achieve.
Indeed, Sandile, thank you for that. Oh yes, colleagues, like we said, AFTA is the game changer for business, for supply chain, for just about anyone in the profession. And yes, we have to be ready for that. We're planting the seed as it is now, and we have spoken around it that there's so many things that we need to do as Africa if we really want to elevate ourselves. Look at beneficiations. I've showed you so many resources that we have that are still left in the world, close to 30%. That's what we have as Africa. We have to look at beneficiation, reduce poverty, make sure that we start building our businesses as well. Very important about it. Like yesterday in South Africa, the statistics came out in terms of unemployment rate. Very shocking as it is. Now we have to start thinking around all these initiatives that if we are the highest in the world at this point in time, as South Africa, based on the quarter results, it does not look good. And Africa now, we have the resources, we have the Africa that we are building. What are we doing about it? How are we going to ensure that we build it as supply chain people? How are we going to ensure that procurement happens? We build businesses, we support businesses locally, as well as we procure locally as well. We know that from the brand SA perspective, we are promoting buying in South Africa, buying locally as well. So we want to buy in Africa. We want want to increase intra-trade around the African countries as well. So logistics is an element. We know there's COVID, there's vaccination that is happening, warehousing is needed across Africa as a whole. We want manufacturing to happen in Africa. Transportation is needed. We need the infrastructure as well to be able to do that. So that tells you the opportunities, because already, if you look at transportation already as a foundation of all the economic sectors, it means that everyone benefits from this process. So let's build the Africa that we want, the Africa that will be uplifted, that will alleviate the poverty and grow the businesses around us. Elvin, Sandile, thank you so much for the conversation. It has been worthwhile. It has been exciting. And yes, there is opportunities for youth. Yourself out there, if you are youth, please be instrumental, be inquisitive, be curious as well. Yeah. For the women out there like me, I want to see you out there being the leaders in terms of excellence, in terms of leading, in terms of dialogues as well. I want you to be part of that process. We do have the coaching, we have the mentorship. We created WISC as an NGO, and WISC meaning Africa Women in Supply Chain Association. It also includes males. So please do not be fooled by the women part. It was founded by women, but it includes all the professionals. And we want to make sure that we have intra-continental. We want to see WISC across all the African states. So contact us. We want to have that satellite office in any African country so that mentorship and coaching happens and we continue with these conversations. Alvin, Sandile, you are our last panel speakers for today as we move into our quick 5 minutes coaching. And I'm hoping that the coaches are up and ready and they're going to stick to their 5 minutes because I have a timer with me. Ladies and gentlemen who will be coming through as coaches and mentors, I hope that you are ready out there because 5 minutes is all that you have. If you see me showing my face, you must know that 5 minutes is almost over. So Sandile, Alvin, thank you so much for this conversation. Really appreciate it. Let us lift Africa. Let's ensure that Africa is elevated to the next level. And we are almost there. And always remember, from supply chain, we enable that to happen. So before we really get to, what do we call it? The next dialogue in terms of coaching, we do have a quick video a promo video that we will be playing, and then we're heading straight into coaching. And the first person, Catherine, I hope you're ready out there, and my supply chain sister out there, please make sure that you are ready. You have 5 minutes that I will be measuring you and I'll be checking that you are sticking to it. So colleagues, make sure that you are also ready. If you have some questions again, based on the coaching, remember with the coaching, I am not asking any questions. I'll be very mute when all the coaches are speaking, and I will also hit with my questions afterwards. All right, so let's look at this video that is coming up briefly, and then afterwards we get to our So colleagues, if you realize earlier in terms of our keynote speaker, Maria, she runs a program called Transform TV. And from the Transform TV perspective, they run a lot of sessions, there's networks. So in terms of that promo video is some of the work that they are doing that any supply chain professional can be part of. And all the speaking, all the topics, all the work that we've been doing, thank you to our supply chain partners, Alca Global, Nimbus Solution, CVLC Communication, ProTrends, the Supply Chain Academy Global, the People Shop, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, Future Insights Network, that the one I was talking about in terms of that promo video, ARC, African Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management, B2G, Atara, and the Supply Chain Coach Radio. So all of that, colleagues, you have been hosted by SyncPoint and WISC being a non-profit organization that looks at mentorship and coaching in supply chain, and SyncPoint as the founding business around WISC. So thank you so much. As we move on to mentorship and coaching, do you have a coach? Do you have a mentor? The clock is ticking. Catherine, please be ready on your side as we play our coaching clock. It's starting to tick, colleagues. All right, where is our clock? Where is our clock? All right, whilst the clock is still loading, like I said, I will be introducing Catherine. So,
hi there, Lebo.
Hi, Catherine. Just give us a second. You see, the clock is just ticking for you now. Hey?
Woo, the pressure.
All right, supply chain sister, are you ready now to talk to us? In terms of communication, you have 5 minutes, like I said.
Fantastic. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Okay, when I start with my 5 minutes, Catherine, I will tell you it's 12:44 right now. And then at 12:55, we shall be starting with your coaching session. And colleagues, Catherine is from CVLC Communication, and she will be coaching us on communication for supply chain success. Don't we all want to be successful? So that's exactly what Catherine's coaching is. Within 5 minutes, it's 12:44, Catherine, and I am not going to interrupt you. And afterwards, I'm going to switch off my video and only your face will be there. When you see my face coming up, you must know that you only have 1 minute remaining. There we start. Communication for supply chain success. Thank you, Catherine. You can hit it.
Great. Thank you so much, Lebo. Can everyone hear me?
Don't worry, everyone can hear you. 5 minutes. The clock is ticking. You unmute, Catherine. You see, when you're talking about when you put under pressure, then that 5 minutes really takes everything away. So Catherine, so it's 12:45, let's say it's 12:46. I'm giving you just 1 minute. You start from scratch, 5 minutes, then you can proceed. All right, if you can please unmute now.
Thank you, Lebo. So today I'm going to be sharing some tips with you, practical tips on good communication within the supply chain. Because when you look at what goes wrong in supply chains, most of the time it comes down to communication issues. There are miscommunications, unclear communications, inconsistent communication, slow communication, or sometimes there's just no communication at all. So today I'm going to share with you 6 tips. So tip number 1, be concise and clear in your communication. And by that, I mean, people don't have time these days to read long documents with fancy words. People want short, sharp, impactful documents. They have short attention spans. So when you communicate, use short sentences, not long ones. Try not to waffle and include irrelevant information. Keep it short and sharp. A very good way to check your communication is to use a voice facility. So I've recently discovered in Word, you can actually type something up and Word will read it back to you. And that is such a valuable way of hearing how your communication actually sounds. Tip number 2, be consistent. Consistency is key. Everyone I've worked with knows how strong I am on this. You need to be consistent in everything you do. The messages you put out, the consistency of the communication, how frequently you communicate, how you communicate, which communication channels you use, the type of images that you use. It needs to be consistent because that creates a perception, and that is how you build your brand. Tip number 3, humanize your communication process. You and your business are about creating an experience for your customers, for your suppliers, and really it's about building long-term relationships. So interact with your stakeholders, engage with them, be transparent, and connect with them to build long-term relationships and stay in touch. It comes back to the consistency element. You need to be in front of your customers and your suppliers on a regular basis. Tip number 4, be proactive and practice active listening. Transparency is key. Communication is a two-way process. Ask questions when people send you communications or talk to you so that you really can understand what they are wanting from you. How many times have you found yourself responding to a question in your mind before that person has actually finished asking the question? So we're not very good at listening to people. We need to build up our skills in that area. Tip number 5. Be proactive, not reactive. Don't wait for a crisis to start communicating with your stakeholders or suppliers. Share information with people on a regular basis. Keep people up to date with the changes in your company, maybe the changes with your product or your systems or your processing. Keep your clients up to date. Regular, ongoing communication really is key. And also, the last tip is incorporate technology. Today, there are so many apps out there, devices, really a lot of apps and technologies that make communication very easy, make communication far more transparent, which helps in building relationships and along the supply chain. See what's out there, constantly learn and stay up to date with the technologies, new innovations. There are some very bright, talented people out there constantly updating products, coming in with new thinkings, insights, and innovations. And generally, the technology is very easy to use. So there's no excuse for not embracing technology. Finally, just in summary, communication is verbal, it's visual. Everything you say, everything you do, everything you write creates a perception, creates your brand, whether it's your own personal brand or your company brand. So just be aware that everything has an impact, whether you're posting a tweet on Twitter or commenting on LinkedIn. People build up a perception of you, but it is important to be out there and communicate on an ongoing basis with your stakeholders.
All right, Catherine, 12:51.
So how many minutes was that? Did I go over?
12:51. I hope everyone is also observing. I've given them a task that's 5 minutes. So I think Catherine has already nailed it, on the dot. She's talking about communication. Are you struggling with communicating your vision in supply chain? Are you, do people don't even understand you when you are really trying to put a point across and people do not understand you, or people just lose interest along the way? Remember, in supply chain, colleagues, we really need to drive the advocacy. That means you have to be vocal. You have to write. You have to make sure that different ways of communications happen. So Catherine is telling us we have to be consistent. We need to make sure that we change the perception. Is around being verbal as well, creativity as well. We must create our brand, because all of this, how we communicate, is around creating our own brand. So any of you, any questions to Catherine around that, around communication? Because remember, if we get our communication wrong, then everything is just messed up. So Catherine, communicating for success, we are done with your 5 minutes. At a high level, without explaining what are those 5 areas: consistency, if you can just repeat them.
Yes, so it's clarity and consistency. So clarity, consistency, humanizing, being human, developing relationships, listening, really listening to what people are asking and wanting. What are their needs? We really need to understand that. Be proactive and use tech. Embrace the change.
Embrace the change, colleagues. You got that. Catherine, thank you so much. You had your 5 minutes, and then I prepared to go to the next speaker. So those are the tips, colleagues, from Catherine. Focus on clarity and consciousness. Keep communicating and being consistent. Humanize your brand. Listen proactively. Be proactive and not reactive. Those are your tips, colleagues, in communicating for supply chain success. Then we move to the next coach. The clock is ticking. Can we see the clock again as the next coach gets on board? So colleagues, if you have any questions on coaching, on mentorship as well, the clock is ticking again. So after Catherine, our next coach is, let's look at this, is Kia Mbani. She is a supply chain influencer. Kia, where are you? So she will be coaching on self-mastery to achieving supply chain excellence. Kia, I think all of us, we want to grow. So how do we achieve excellence? That's self-mastery skills that I needed. And I think we were talking about earlier with Maria as part of the keynote around growing mentality and the growth mindset that is needed as well in our industry. And right now we are saying that there's self-mastery skills that are needed to achieve supply chain excellence. So it's 12:55 here, 12:55, meaning that you have 5 minutes to follow. Catherine, let's see if you'll be able to beat Catherine in terms of the time. You'll be able to stick, to the time. Kia is a supply chain influence, previous president with SAPEX, and Kia will be taking us on the next coaching session. Kia, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go. So the clock is starting.
Thank you, Lebo. I think I'm very privileged to be joining everyone on this session. Definitely, I'll try to beat my time of 5 minutes or Catherine's time of 5 minutes. Self-mastery. This is a very soft, hard topic to be talking about. It's hard in the sense that we're talking about managing yourself. Before you can expect to manage and lead others, you need to be able to know how to manage yourself. So let's just start with it. The route to professional excellence, as I always refer, lies in character. We employ character, we employ attitude, we employ discipline. So if you were to look that the future of supply chain is that of agility, is that of resilience, is that of purpose-driven. This then calls for the professionals that are intentful in their conduct, to be able to manage, to be able to lead, to be able to execute, to be able to operate the ethical supply chain, as I may term that. So let's now talk about the underlying you. You have all the qualifications, you have maxed up all the curriculum, right? Yet you are struggling with the necessary professional proficiency that is required to execute. So look no further. It starts within, it starts with you. I think my son likes doing this to me all the time, to say when he's actually not happy with me. So it starts with you as an individual. So the key to mastery in anything that you do, it requires you to practice, in anything. The more you practice, the more proficient you actually become. So let's start. We talk about awareness. Know yourself, your pros, your cons. Self-mastery is often defined as a self-control. Do you have the self-control to be able to manage yourself? Self-mastery requires having a vision for your future self. Display the authentic you every time when you appear into the world. To be true not only to your words and not only to your actions, but to be honest with yourself. True, what I refer under the self, it is the choices and discernment. To discern is to be able to choose wisely. Choose wisely. Conscious choice maker. You need to be aware that there are choices and then choose consciously when you do that. Being aware of this will protect you against any temptation in the world of supply chain as you know it. Thirdly, decisions, actions, and focus. Have the courage to act on your choices. The ego is always waiting to distract you as you get more powerful, as you get up the ranks in your profession. The ego will distract you. So don't listen to the noise vibrations around you. It requires you to stay alert, unemotional. It requires you to actually be mature, to be firm without oppression, to be resolved without judgment, to be strong, to be able to have the humility. Fourthly, under self, we look at the realization and the manifestation. What do we mean by that? Remember, you radiate light and divinity for all to enjoy. Your actions are spontaneously in alignment with the natural law. So you fully awake, they are present. Pure consciousness, truth, humble, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. You command the light, fulfilling promise of your destiny. That's what I referred to the contentment. So let's now look at the second aspect. The second aspect of the self-mastery after the self is your conduct. This is the manner in which you behave, the manner in which you carry yourself. This is how you guide, how you steer, how you direct within your own supply chain. We look at the mindset, the respect, the authenticity, and we look at your attitude. Why does mindset matter? The mindset matters because of your mindset is a set of a belief system that shape you and that help you to make sense of the world and yourself. Your mindset plays a critical role in how you cope with life changes. Remember, within supply chain, there's a lot of constant changes that are always happening. You need to be able to learn to be able to adjust all the time. Respect, having due regard for the right of others regarding someone, well, for their qualities and for their traits. Be it those that you manage, be it those that lead you, those that manage you. The action of treating people with appreciation and with dignity. You can never command respect. Respect is earned. So a professional, respectful work culture encourages productivity and growth within the supply chain. We look at authenticity. With authenticity, like I mentioned earlier, be you, be genuine, be real. Avoid mimicking and copycatting bad leadership, because of a lot of us are aspiring to bad leaders that are of either bullying in the workplace or that are oppressing individuals. That is not leadership. Be you, representing one's true nature or a belief system. Thirdly, or lastly, we look at that attitude. The attitude being both how you appear, how you act, how you actually extend yourself. This is basically your street creed. So let's go back. We are saying in order for you to be able to start mastering how you manage yourself, character building, look within yourself, carry yourself, conduct yourself, be sure, be confident, check and reflect and inspire. This last three, we're going to look at them tomorrow's session. So for today, we are saying, look within yourself as an individual, be sure about who you are in order for you to be able to build your character. Thanks, Lebo.
Well, Gia, you see, I thought that, you know, in between this whole process, and I'm just trying to see who's really going beyond the board. Seems like we say, supply chain, we are always on time. 5 minutes is exactly what we got out of you. Colleagues, you had that, building your self-mastery. We spoke around the self-awareness, look at discernment, mindset, character that needs to be built. Ethical consideration in supply chain is part of the excellence that we are building in supply chain. Respect, attitude, all of that really boils up to us as individuals in supply chain management. And we are continuing with that additional 5 minutes in terms of that coaching tomorrow on other areas in terms of inspiring and reviewing as well. So Kia, thank you so much. Colleagues, if you have any questions for Kia, you are all being challenged in all aspects, from your technical understanding and supply chain, but also individually, yourself as professionals, as to what softer skills are needed coming from yourself to be able to succeed. So key notes from those questions: character building, in terms of excellence, look within yourself, carry yourself as well. Be sure, check in and inspire. That's coming through tomorrow, because we also have to make that difference in the industry. So thank you so much, Kia, for joining us for this as we prepare, as the clock continues ticking for our next coach. Colleagues, we've already had the coaching from Kia, but also from Catherine. Like I said, Kia is in global supply chain at this point in time, an influencer, and we had Catherine already, who is a communicator in supply chain management. So she spoke to us around communication for success. So Sizwe, are you ready? Kia, thank you so much for joining us. I think you can switch off your video. All right, Sizwe, are you ready? So Sizwe is talking to us, colleagues, now around stakeholder relationships, in terms of how we leverage such relationships for us to be successful, because in supply chain, we have to build relationships. So the question is, how do we leverage that? What tips have you got, Sizwe, for all the supply chain professionals out there, business out there, in terms, or even a supplier out there who wants to leverage the relationships with ourselves, because at the end of the day, we have an integrated ecosystem. So 5 minutes is 13:05. I think I've taken a couple of your seconds, so I will consider that. Then you can start with your coaching. But quickly, let me just introduce also Sizwe is also a supply chain professional in the industry. Has always been in the food services, has been in mining and FMCG. So Sizwe, you know the value of building those relationships and stakeholders, gaining the favor through our stakeholders. You can hit it in terms of the coaching. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lewi. Thank you, everyone. And thank you very much for the invite to be one of the coaches. Learning in progress. So yeah, Lebu, leveraging stakeholders has always been important for me to navigate through the business. The point number one is know them. Know those individuals that are powerful within the business. Understand the environment that you're working with. In that, it will help you to understand how you engage with them. Secondly, engage rather than manage. Before you can do anything, have an open communication with your stakeholders. In that sense, it will make you to rather manage the situation at hand and also have the influence of the right people to assist you to navigate through the challenges within supply chain. Do not wait until the situation is out of control before you engage with them. Thirdly is always have possible solution to navigate the challenges. Stakeholders always wants to know what is the benefit for them to assist you. So when you go to them and saying this, I'm having a challenge with the delivery stuck in China, what is that you're doing in the meantime? Advise them, be the person that you advise them to navigate, to say, for us to be able to manage the situation, these are the process steps that we need to follow. The benefit for the business will be that there will not be any production losses or there won't be any shutdown for the plant. I'm talking with that because I'm coming through from the manufacturing experience. Okay. Fourthly is to align the proposal with the business objective when engaging with the stakeholders. then it will be easier for them to say yes to what you're proposing to them. So in that regard, it's always important to manage those expectations with your stakeholders. And then the fifth one and the last one is be informed to inform others. Always be in the know. If there's anything happening within the country, within the world, in the business, you must be the first to inform your stakeholders. And also be receptive to the information that you're receiving outside from the outside market. Suppliers, they will always move mountains for them. Be the first person to pick up the call to say, what is happening? What do I need to know? How can I come across the stumbling block within the supply chain in my organization? So it always boils down to engagement, communication, alignment with your stakeholders. Thank you, Lebo.
Wow! 13:08. We started at 13:05. Sizwe. Who's going to beat Sizwe now? Straight to the point. We said, let's cut to the chase. Sizwe has told us around leveraging stakeholder relationships within how many minutes? 4 minutes. No, 3.5 minutes, in fact, to be exact. Hey, so you did it. Thank you, Sizwe. So Sizwe, tell us, as it is now, we have to leverage stakeholder relationship. That's what you say. We as supply chain professionals, we work within a supply chain, within the value chains of organization. We have to build the relationships. So what she says that get to know your stakeholders, do your stakeholder mapping. It's very important to understand the environment you're working in and what drives the people. And it will help with your strategy and how you engage going forward. You must engage rather than managing as well, because in so many times we always want to say thou shalt, because there is a policy and procedure, but it's very important as well that we engage with our stakeholders. And also it helps us and help our stakeholders get to understand the processes, understand what supply chain does, and they understand the supply chain language. We must be open communication with the stakeholders, the influencers in the organization. Do not wait until situations are out of control before you engage. Always have possible solutions to navigate the challenges. We are very innovative in supply chain, so we should. That will show that you are not only bringing the problem, but you proactively assist in finding possible solves. Stakeholders always want to know, what have you got for me? What is the solution out there? So you must also align with the proposals, with the business object and values when engaging with the stakeholders. Be informed, be informed, be informed, and inform others. That's how you leverage on stakeholder relationships. How do you manage your relationships, colleagues? I'm really wondering, does it work for you? How do you really build your mastery skills? How do you communicate for success in your business? Have you got tips out there that we have not shared with the previous 3 coaches? Sizwe, thank you so much for sharing that. That's Sizwe Laka. She is a supply chain professional, having been in the FMCG, the mining industry, the food services as well. She has shared the tips on how we engage with the stakeholders, our suppliers, our internal stakeholders as well. As we move forward, the clock is going to start ticking again. And what I said, this is speed coaching. If you do have a question or you want to share your insight in any of those 3 areas, please type them in terms of the chat box, because we are cutting to the chase, and what we are doing straight to the point already. That's what we are sharing with yourself. Now, let me introduce our next coach. So our next coach is Mary Gander. So Mary Gander, is it Mary or Tebogo? Looks like I'm getting it wrong here. It's Mary. Oh, it's Tebogo. Looks like it's Tebogo. I'm looking at my notes here. My apologies.
I think it's Tebogo.
Well, if I already showed your face. And so let me just look at the profile here. So now our next coach now that is coming up is Tebogo Morumani. So Tebogo will be talking to us around demand management and supply planning. Tebogo, are you ready? I think in any organization's colleagues, we know when it comes to planning, it's always a failure in most organizations that when you sit in supply chain, you are at the end of the leg. And we understand that people do not plan properly in terms of what they want to procure. They do not manage, the requirements of the business as well. So how do we ensure that we do proper demand management and supply planning in the organization? Tebogo is 13-12 right now. So let me tell you about Tebogo. When you talk about transitioning, let me tell you about Tebogo just a bit. She's a finance person, but she ended up in supply chain, by the way. So this is what I love about supply chain, that everyone will start transitioning and now she's a seasoned supply chain professional now. Finance is now on the backbone of what she has been doing for years. She has got more experience now in supply. She's a professional for the past 28 years, having been in, and I always say that she's a a demand management guru. According to me, based on the work that she has done previously. So Tebogo is 13-13. Like I said, I show my face, you must know that it's time to wrap up. 5 minutes for you is 13-13. Let's talk about demand planning and demand management.
Thank you. Thank you, Lebu. And thank you for the invite. Yeah, 5 minutes will not be enough, I know, to talk about demand planning and supply planning, but that is the first step in the procurement process. And we all know that it should not be a one-man show. And when I say one-man show, it's not about supply chain. It's about your stakeholders, your end users, and it's a collaborative exercise that is done under the leadership of supply chain management. And the third issue is that it informs financial budgets. How many times have we heard that projects have overrun or projects don't have money, and projects are left standing because there was not enough money that was budgeted for that? It is because the demand planning and the supply planning was not done properly. The other thing also about demand management is that it helps the buyers to understand the business in which they operate and the markets in which they operate in. It makes them understand their suppliers, their end users, the business in which where they are employed, they are operating. It also assists us with knowing the constraints to be able for us to do proper resource planning in terms of man hours, in terms of money, in terms of who is more suited to run with any category that we would have identified in the demand management. Demand management also is about consolidating resources, about consolidating the requirements of the business. In that way, it informs category management, and it helps to us to identify the risks that are there with our suppliers, because if we know what we want to procure, then we will do an analysis of our suppliers that are out there, and we will know who our suppliers are, the capability of our suppliers, and also whether our suppliers will be able to service us or not. It will also inform us about our inventory. We know that we don't want to keep stock because stock is money. We want to keep as little stock as possible to ensure that we do not have working capital sitting idly in the stores. Yeah, and also it assists us to mitigate the risks that we would have identified during the planning stages of both demand and supply planning. I know that in the FMCGs have done this properly the best way, and in public sector, we are still struggling to get to grips with how to do demand management and supply planning. And there are certain methods that can be used. You can use constant growth, you can use moving averages, or you can use regressions. There are so many methods and or techniques that are out there that can be used in the demand planning and supply planning. Lebu, thank you. I think I hope that I did not overrun.
Deborah, we started from 1313 and it's 1317. I'm always laughing because when I look at people's comments, we have their accountants on board. And some of the accountants are reminding me that it's not 3 minutes, it's 3 minutes and how many more seconds? If I remember the numbers. So from 1313 to 1318, someone can start counting there that how many minutes has Teboho beat, did she beat Sizwe in terms of the time? We're talking about demand management and supply planning. We are saying that failing to plan is planning to fail. It's exactly that. That's what Teboho is telling us. And in supply chain, if you are not able to plan, because that's where it all starts, the first step to any procurement is planning in terms of the requirements. That is why we have procurement plans. We have our resources planning as well. So that's where it all starts. The first step in any procurement is planning. It's a cross-functional exercise. So if you're out there, you're an engineer, you're a CEO, you're a CFO, and you're really just thinking that supply chain has to do it on their own. No, it is an integrated approach that requires cross-functional support. The third part, we must always remember that it informs financial budgets as well. So any budgeting that happens in the organization, I think earlier we spoke about how much procurement is spending in terms of the total numbers of the business. It helps buyers to understand the business as well as the markets they operate in. So it also informs supply chain professionals of constraints, risks, and how to mitigate them. So colleagues, are you struggling with planning? Are you struggling with your budget? Are you struggling with this process along the way that someone comes and tell you that this must happen? Part of the planning, which I must remind you, is that you need to start enforcing with your colleagues, the engineers out there, to share with you the technical plans going forward, so that if it is a 3-year technical plan, you know exactly how you need to buy. You have to start thinking around the plant modifications if you're in warehousing. To start thinking of the inventory that you need to store as well, so that if it's not there, it's on consignment or you need to procure, it must kick back to really procurement. So demand management and supply planning is very crucial in the supply chain environment. Always remember that. If you have some challenges, always step back and make sure that you start asking the right questions in your businesses. Deborah, thank you so much for sharing your insight, colleagues. Like I said, Deborah is the supply chain professional. She is a demand management guru in the industry. So now, as we move to our last coach, Mary Franda. Mary, where are you?
I'm here, Lebo. How are you?
Can you hear the clock is ticking for you, eh?
Yeah.
So colleagues, we're talking about just about everything end-to-end supply chain, from procurement to softer skills that are really supporting us. That's what we are talking about. And we are now getting to the freight perspective. We are the logisticians out there, logistics managers. We have commodity specialists already that are focusing on logistics, and most of the time, and we're talking about optimization, Mary, earlier, and the question that that kept on coming up, and also when we were sharing the trends, was around how do we optimize, how do we cut, we save costs as well for the businesses. So we really want to make sure that you provide the tips to negotiating the maritime freight rates. It's one of this, environment in maritime. I always say that we don't always have a leeway. That's my perception. So maybe you will prove me wrong, but I always say that when it comes to maritime freight rates, especially from the South African perspective, where we don't have that flag of a South African ship, we are now on the back burner when it comes to maritime. So colleagues, before Mary joins us, as a coach, before we start with her, I would like to have the panelists, some of the panelists that are remaining, and also the coaches that are remaining. When I'm done with when one of the video has played, please stay behind. And for everyone that is attending, if you have some questions, please just start sending your questions on the chat box, because I want to allow just about all of you, if you need some area, this area, some clarity, you want to ask some questions, please start typing them in so that before we close our session today, preparing for tomorrow, then we address some of the questions from the dialogue that we had since this morning until this afternoon. So Mary is our last coach for today. Mary, let's see what the time is. It's 13:23. Tips to negotiating maritime freight rates.
Okay, thanks, Lebo. I think first, before you start negotiating a freight rate, you need to know exactly what you're purchasing. So, whether it's a product or a service. And with maritime freight, you're literally just purchasing space on a specific vessel for a specific route, really. So when you actually look at that, then you start looking at who can actually supply that product or service that you want to purchase. So you'll find a few different shipping lines who may be offering the same services. And you can start looking at those shipping lines and doing some research. The first thing you need to do is actually assess the supplier offers. So based on price, customer service, reliability, transit time, finance terms. So when you're looking at freight, you're not just looking at the ocean freight. I mean, you may have bunker adjustment factor. There's a whole lot of different types of freight that's involved. Some may offer an all-in rate. So you really need to actually understand the prices that you are getting. And if you don't understand, Google can help. The next thing is the customer service. And we all know there is a customer service issue with shipping lines. But, at the end of the day, when you have a problem, do you have somebody that you can pick up the phone and call, if things don't go right? So these are the things you need to think about beyond just the freight rate and beyond just the price. Reliability, we know shipping lines have omitted ports in Durban, ports in South Africa, including Durban. So what happens once they omit? Because, some of these things they don't have control over. Some they do. And, going back to customer service, are those being communicated? Transit time, basically looking at how long it takes to get your cargo from A to B. So some shipping lines may have different transit times depending on the route. Finance terms, some shipping lines may offer you a credit agreement for 30 days or 7 days. And this may help with getting your cargo released, in a hurry where you don't have to worry about, immediately paying and waiting for that payment to reflect and so on. So when you're looking at the supplier, you have to look at them holistically and look at, what do they really offer and what are their service levels are, at really. Then you need to assess your position as a customer. What are you bringing to the supplier? Are you, bringing a high volume of cargo? Are you offering a long-term relationship, or is it just a one-off transaction? Because if you know where you're coming from, then you know how much of bargaining power you really have when dealing with the supplier. And obviously, the more volume you are offering, the bigger your bargaining power is. And, they'll literally come to you. But at the end of the day, you need to know what you're bringing to the table and not just assume that, yes, you're a customer and yes, you can negotiate and you'll get the best rate. That's not always the case. Shipping lines assess their customers based on volume and obviously long-term relationships as well. Then you prioritize your requirements. So, sometimes price may not be the most important thing to you because you may be importing raw materials for manufacturing. And in that case, you'd rather have reliability than the lowest price. So look at it from that perspective where you are looking at it holistically, what can actually help you and your customers or the manufacturers, and what's most important to them. So prioritizing your requirements is a very important part because then you can really go back and assess what a supplier is offering. And then you can even give points to each requirement that you have. So if price is, your number one requirement, give it 10 points. Customer service is not that important to you, or you don't mind dealing with online, sending in your tickets and getting a response about it and so on. So depending on your priorities in your business, you can assess the supplier offers based on that. And you can actually contact, whether it's shipping lines or freight forwarders or trucking companies, contact a few, look at what they can offer, look at, for shipping lines, look at how many ships that they've got, how reliable are their calls, are they doing weekly calls, monthly calls, and look at what works for you. Because if your cargo doesn't get onto a vessel, within shipping, there's been a lot of short shipments over the years. If it doesn't get onto a vessel, what's the next step? Do they have a vessel coming in the week afterwards? So you really need to understand the shipping side of things before you start negotiating, because if you negotiate with shipping line A and you tell them, okay, shipping line B has given me this price, can you meet that? Some cases they'll say yes, in other cases they'll say no. So ultimately you have to know who they are, you have to know what your priorities are. And the main point is, don't be afraid to negotiate. Don't be afraid to ask for a lower price. The worst thing that can happen is someone can tell you no. Thank you.
All right.
Lebo, I think you're muted.
Yes. Thank you, Mary, for that. Like I said, one area which is most difficult for a lot of people, it's really around maritime. And the truth is, I want to see more women in the maritime environment, either from the business perspective and also from professionalism as well. And as I think as supply chain professionals in general, we want to see ourselves winning when it comes to negotiating in terms of the freight rates and so forth. So the key insights coming from what Mary is saying, that we need to assess the supplier offers based on the price, customer service delivery, reliability, transit time in finance terms, assess our position, position of customer, volume of businesses as well, long-term relationships that we are also building around it. Prioritize the requirements and make sure that you assess supplier offers based on the requirements, and never be afraid to ask for a lower price. It doesn't matter what. If you feel that you want a lower price, ask for that lower price as a professional. Mary, thank you for sharing that insight in terms of negotiating on the maritime freight rates. Now, as we wrap up our coaching cycle, I would love to request all the coaches to show their faces on the screen. Everyone, if you can just show your faces on the screen. And as we do that, I'm not sure if there are any questions, because I want us, to have a final one-liner for each and every coach in terms of really giving you the last advice in terms of supply chain from the coaching perspective, so that we can wrap up the coaching sessions. So I will start first, with yourself, Catherine. What is the last advice from the coaching perspective that you can give to the professionals?
I would say communicate with passion, communicate with intent, and let your passion for supply chain come through. It goes a long way to creating successful communication in the supply chain.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Gia?
I think for me, Lebo, is that the art to be able to know how to manage and to treat people in order for them to be able to exude confidence. It starts with managing yourself. Nothing else. It starts with yourself. Know and be content. When you're content with yourself, when you're resolute about who you are, you're never going to get tempted. We know that the environment that we deal with in supply chain is very sensitive. So therefore, it requires grounded individuals that should be conducting our ethical supply chains.
All right, thank you, Kia. Siziwe?
Okay, so Lebo for me is have the right attitude, working with people. I always say that procurement or any other supply chain function is the support or the backbone of the business. So you need to be humble, you need to be available, you need to be action orientated. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Sizwe. Tebogo. Tebogo, you're muted.
Sorry about that. For me, it's the issue that you cannot control what you can't measure. And therefore, if you can't measure your performance, or if you can't control your performance, you can't measure it. That is why we have demand planning and supply planning, because we need to be able to be measured as supply chain professionals by our end users and the business on the business objectives that have been set at the beginning of the year, or be it long-term for, a period of 5 years or so. So you cannot control what you can't measure.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And then there's some few questions that are also coming through here. There's two questions. I think one is around how can stakeholder engagement be improved? That is the one question that has come through. And then the other question speaks to how can we curb or work around the vast increase in freight charges recently rising, which also affect overall costs with the importing and exporting. So Mary, I think that speaks to yourself because this creates tension with the ongoing price increases. So I think if we can address the first question, Sizwe, on the stakeholder engagement, how can stakeholder engagement be improved according to you?
Okay, so there's few things that one needs to do when you're mapping your stakeholders. Understand them, understand where they fit into the business, and always understand that the dynamic changes every day. So the stakeholder that you map that is just they keep me informed, it may be a stakeholder that needs to be involved all the time. So you must always have that mapping tool with you when you're engaging with them. So critical for me is map them, review them all the time. Depending on the nature of challenges you have, they normally change. So you just need to map them correctly and review them all the time. Yeah.
All right. And Mary, on your side?
I think when it comes to the freight rates, we all know it has increased drastically over the past year, almost making it impossible, to actually book cargo, especially for the smaller shippers. But ultimately, we need to realize that, shipping lines have their freight rates very low for many years, and a lot of them lost money. There was a lot of consolidation within the industry because of this. Shipping lines closed down, they merged, they were bought off. So, for them, this is a time to make money, but for the customers, it doesn't help anybody with the higher cost. But my advice is just go through the same steps of negotiating, speak to the different shipping lines, see if you can get better rates, because, the higher the rates, the less shippers want to actually ship. This is simple supply and demand. Yes, we do need the cargo, but, if you find a cheaper shipping line to use it, but obviously there may not always be the reliability. So that is why I always say, prioritize what your needs are, because you may need urgent shipments, but other shipments may not actually be as urgent. So decide on your costs in that way. The other option would be looking at alternatives, whether it's rail, trucking, air freight. With the high shipping line freight rates, it could be a little cheaper if you've got smaller shipments to air freight them. So look at the different options and work on it from there, as I said, based on your priorities.
All right, awesome. Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other questions that has not been, let's see, that has not been responded to. There's also a question was, can we have an in-depth session on the demand management and supply planning? Oh, definitely, we will have that. I think there's a lot of questions as well that are coming in terms of mentorship and coaching as well. And as we are wrapping up right now, colleagues, those are our coaches for today. You have made it 5 minutes. Then it shows that supply chain, you are always on time. We have done it. Eh? 5 minutes tips. As it is, that's the end of our coaching circles, colleagues. Following now is just a video on WISC on what you are doing. Then I will wrap up in terms of the session. Again, colleagues, thank you so much for joining us for these coaching circles. And as we prepare forward, I would really love to really close off the session after the video that we'll be playing, and looking forward to seeing you. And thank you again for indulging us with your expert knowledge. I know, Kia, we are seeing you again tomorrow, again, in terms of the self-mastery skills. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mary, Tebo, Hosiziweth, Catherine, and Kia as well. Thank you for that. And also to the audience for all the questions. And again, colleagues, to the audience, if you still have questions, please just send them through. Just send them through, then we will respond. Some of the panelists are still online, and we will ensure that we respond to the questions that you have on your side. WISC is an organization that has been formed to really uplift and transform the supply chain skills landscape in Southern Africa. The organization has been formulated ultimately to support the universities, to support corporates, to support anyone and everyone in the supply chain space, to focus more on a different way of uplifting the skills rather than really the traditional methods that we have been focusing on in the supply chain sector. Functional mentorship and coaching is really around building the technical skills of people in a more practical way. We want to share the practical experiences. We want to share the insight, expertise that is coming from the industry to ensure that we empower, to ensure that we enable the industry, to ensure that we have the skilled personnel that enable us to be competitive in the organizations. The industry bodies within the supply chain sector, organizations like SIPS, organizations like SEPEX, organizations like SILT, organizations like SAF, and so forth. And the reason that we are doing that, because these are the organizations that are focusing on training, on development. These are the organizations that are, at this point in time, representing the supply chain. Job seekers and job creators, that's what we want to achieve. But, you know, as a job seeker, we want to also ensure that you have opportunity as a student. We want you to be able to know, if you're in the marine sector, to understand how a port looks like. And what does that do to you? It really equips you with the skills and practicality of understanding how the world really looks like. So site visit is one of the things that we want to achieve on the student chapter, to ensure that we bring in the students closer to the operations. I can share so many insights with other women in terms of being elevated and how to really successfully operate within the sector. We know that currently the issue of gender equity is very important in organizations, but also we also want women that are capable enough to be able to operate in the organizations. We need to be able to ensure that we build as many women to understand the transport sector. We want to see more participation in that environment, and what we want to really achieve is really fostering, ensuring that we build the skills, we mentor the women through the leadership skills, we mentor the women to be able to operate in these hardcore industries that we're operating in. The professional chapter allows the industry as a whole to participate, be part of the coaching circles. It allows the professionals to be able to coach, to mentor. It allows the professionals to also be coached and mentored as well, to be part of this big platform of sharing networks, sharing the experiences, sharing the insights as well, and really having that sustainable relationship of supply chain expertise on a continual basis. Remember, WISC is not a conference. There's a continual engagement of sharing insight, of sharing experience, more in a practical way. As a country, we want to build more entrepreneurs.
You know, the entrepreneurship chapter really is around building more entrepreneurs through enterprise and supply development programs. I think, you know, like I was saying, that we cannot always be job seekers. We also want to be entrepreneurs, but for us to be able to succeed, we need more support, we need more technical insight in ensuring that we understand the industry as a whole. You know, the relevancy for me is, you know, where we, as a WISC, we partner with organizations, then we give them the entrepreneurs, specifically in the supply chain sector. And like I said, we want to transform the transport sector, you know, going forward. And what does it require? It requires partnership with the industry to be able to build such technical skills among entrepreneurs. We will, from the WISC perspective, really start looking at incubation as a practical way of teaching entrepreneurship skills for women, for students as well. All we want is you, we're challenging you as a professional in the industry to participate, to coach, to mentor, to share your knowledge, to share your insight. And that's how we're going to build our industry. This is how we're going to build the technical skills that we require, so that in the next year, when you sit here and look at the results, we are able to say that we built that capacity, we have built those skills. And we need to start seeing that scale really changing when we start doing our researches to really say, in fact, in the next few years, we have already built the skills that we require to be able to operate in our organizations.
All right, colleagues, that's all about WISC, African Women in Supply Chain Association. We are in the forefront of ensuring that the summit happens, and we are sharing all the insight, excellence, and we are advocating for mentorship and coaching across supply chain. So we are looking at yourself as professionals, as mentors, being coaches, but we also want to coach most of you that has indicated that you want the coaches. So if you still want to be part of the coach, we have shared a lot of insight. We want coaches, we want mentors. We want to see you sharing insights like all the other panelists that you have seen here. It's part of the collaborative approach that we have created as a business, which is SyncPoint and WISC as an NPO. So colleagues, that is our coaching session. So tomorrow we are preparing for another jam-packed session, and there's a couple of speakers that we have, and I will tell you what we will be focusing on, and the future landscape of supply chain, how we are imagining and achieving supply chain excellence. We'll be talking about sustainable and ethical supply chains, look at digital transformation as a topic as well, how to mitigate risks in supply chain through supplier relationship management. And we will be looking at the global emerging trends and challenges that are facing the shipping industry. And we have a very, very big announcement, and I'm going to tell you about it. And from the coaching, we'll be also looking at the skills in trends, the niche skills on how to adapt to them. We will still be continuing with gear in terms of self-mastery skills, and then youth empowerment in the transport sector, and procurement in China as well, because we know that we've been relying in China on everything that you are doing. And so how do we navigate around that? So we're going to be getting tips around procurement in China as well tomorrow, and also a discussion on enterprise and supplier development programs. How do we ensure that they are sustainable? And then how do we move forward, having developed a lot of service providers? So those are our speakers for tomorrow, colleagues. I hope you are ready for them. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's discussion. For today, I have to thank all the panelists, our speakers, and our coaches that has been part of this program. And like I said, we have a great announcement that is coming in our organization a couple of months ago. Maybe let me do a debrief. We issued out a note to start looking at the nomination for the top 100 women in supply chain, but in Africa, by the way. It's part of us celebrating women. So you have to watch the space in the next few days. In the next few days, we want to, before Friday, we will be announcing the top 100 women in Africa that has taken over supply chain. They are making a difference out there. Please, that's the biggest announcement that you must not miss, because if you see some of those women that has been your coaches, that have been your mentor, or they've made a difference in supply chain in your environment, we will want to hear who they are, what have they done for you as well. So that's the biggest announcement that is coming your way. Please watch out for that, because the announcement will be coming through as part of us in South Africa, celebrating women as part of Women's Month, which is August. But like I said, we're looking at Africa women in Africa as a whole, not only South Africa, that are the trendsetters out there. So again, thank you so much to our audience. Thank you so much for joining us as part of the dialogue today. I think it has been engaging, and we really want to hear your feedback around today's session. What would you like us to address in the future? Would you like to be part of these discussions in the future, to be a speaker, to be a coach as well? Is this making a difference? Are there specific subjects that you want us, or specific topics that you want us to really focus on? Again, thank you, everyone. You have been good, and thank you for your questions. And for those that we have not responded to their questions, we'll ensure that we do that. I can see there's a few questions to our coaches in terms of demand and supply planning, and we'll definitely ensure that we get in touch with yourself and give you all the feedback and the responses to the questions. And again, thank you for attending the session. We really appreciate it. Please don't forget to join us again tomorrow for 9 o'clock. And please make sure that you invite other professionals that could benefit from this session. You must have yourself a great afternoon. If it's in the evening, a great evening, or if it's in the morning, have yourself a great morning. Thank you, colleagues. It has been great hosting you today. My name is Lebele Swallow. I am the supply chain coach. Thank you.